that high. He's saving you money left and right. How does that square with your personal economy? Call or text. Then the Boston Public Library is displaying rare prints of one of America's founding documents, the Declaration of Independence. What an exhibit. We'll talk with library president David Leonard and two of his colleagues. Then classically trained Tracy Bonham brings her 90s post-grunge sound to the library for Live Music Friday.
I'm Marjorie Egan, and then it's Press Play, our weekly media analysis segment with the Globe's Abdallah Fayyad and media maven Sue O'Connell. Then we'll get a 2026 Boston Marathon preview with the B.A.A.'s Jack Fleming and Robert Miranda from the B.A.A. High Performance Team before opening the lines to hear about your marathon rituals. Do you carb load, even if you're not running? Call or text next, BPR live from the Boston Public Library.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Corva Coleman. Iran's foreign minister says Tehran is fully reopening the Strait of Hormuz to commercial traffic. It's been closed since the U.S. and Israel attacked Iran. He says shipping has to be coordinated with Iranian authorities. But NPR's Quill Lawrence reports President Trump says the U.S. is still blockading Iranian ports.
The U.S. has been and is still blocking ships from exiting or entering Iranian ports, which is to strangle Iran's economy. And that blockades are an act of war, but in this case, it's a negotiating pressure tactic as well. And at yesterday's Pentagon news briefing, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth said the blockade is the polite way to go with this, but he mentioned the other way, which would be bombing Iran's civilian infrastructure, which could be a war crime.
NPR's Quill Lawrence reporting. The news about the strait came as dozens of world leaders held a meeting today in Paris. Britain's prime minister says the leaders want to create a defensive force to help protect shipping in the strait. Trump administration officials are pitching Congress on the largest defense budget request in U.S. history. NPR's Claudia Grisales reports the $1.5 trillion request does not include costs from the war with Iran.
The administration is also on track to ask Congress for a supplemental war funding plan that could near the $100 billion mark. Betty McCollum, top Democrat on a House Defense Appropriations Subcommittee, told Army officials this week they need a full picture to conduct oversight.
That's the only way we can do our job properly to do the oversight that we are tasked with. To be clear, the size of the request for defense spending is shocking.
Trump officials are calling the $1.5 trillion defense budget request so far a paradigm-shifting investment. Many Republicans are receptive to the plan to increase U.S. military capabilities, including new ships, planes, drones, and munitions. Claudia Grisales, NPR News.
A federal judge says above-ground construction on the new White House ballroom project must stop until congressional lawmakers approve it. NPR's Anastasia Sulkas has more.
The judge, Richard J. Leon, is continuing to block the Trump administration from building a 90,000-foot ballroom on the site of the White House's former East Wing until the new addition is approved by Congress. In his ruling, Judge Leon wrote, quote, "National security is not a blank check to proceed with otherwise unlawful activity." But the judge is allowing the White House to proceed with below-ground work on a bunker and other, quote, national security facilities on the construction site. The judge also paused his order until April 23rd, giving the White House time to file a new appeal. But he also wrote, quote, "I have no desire or intention to be dragooned into the role of construction manager." Anastasia Sulkas, NPR News.
You're listening to NPR.
Good morning. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. The Boston Marathon returns on Monday for its 130th race, welcoming both elite athletes and first-time marathoners. Northeastern psychology lecturer Grayson Kimball has run the marathon multiple times, and he trains runners for the event as well. He says despite 26 miles sounding like a Herculean task, your body does adapt.
There's a ton of research out there that tells us that once your body runs 16 miles, forget 20 or 22. Once you run 16 miles, physiologically, your body is capable of handling 26.
But you got to run 16. Among the runners this year are 2025 Love Island Season 7 winner Brian Arnellis, 1968 Boston Marathon champion Amby Burfoot, and former Celtics player Chris Herron. Residents of Westport, Mass. Are up in arms after a state DPW team destroyed a beloved dune at Horseneck Beach. The story began 2 years ago when it was looked at as a routine road maintenance project destroyed a good-sized portion of coastal dune at Horseneck. Then last month, the Mass Department of Conservation and Recreation went before the Westport Conservation Commission with a proposal to re-widen a walking trail through the dune that runs parallel to Horseneck. State officials argued that emergency vehicles had trouble accessing the beach after years of neglected maintenance, and that the paved trail narrowed by sand should be widened into an emergency access road. Multiple residents were in attendance at the meeting and expressed outrage over that state's plan. You're listening to GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include FJC, a foundation of donor-advised funds working to maximize the impact of charitable giving and to create customized philanthropic solutions. Learn more at fjc.org.
Listening to BPR and GBH and NEPM, Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan. We are broadcasting live from the Boston Public Library. Thank you very much. And streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We're not going to be here on Tuesday because the studio is going to be closed for a post-marathon cleanup. But on April 28th, we're going to be here with the governor and the mayor, the governor from 11 to noon and the mayor of Boston from noon to 1. And, Jim, May 1st, a special show with the lead guy of the Dropkick Murphys. He's going to co-host with us, Ken Casey, with a star-studded cast.
And speaking of music, Tracy Bonham, the great Tracy Bonham, is going to sing and talk with us in about a half hour. So turn on YouTube or come on down. So important news to start our Friday. We think, you just heard it on NPR, the Strait of Hormuz is completely open, even though neither Marjorie nor I can figure out what Trump is saying when he says that the ports will remain closed.
Yeah.
Nevertheless, gas prices for now are $4 plus. Food, cars, housing costs are up. Consumer confidence is at a 74-year low, but not according to Donald Trump. Here he is last night in Las Vegas.
Don't forget, we're having some fake inflation because of the fuel, the energy prices, which everybody said was going to $2.50. We were talking about that, Scott. But think of that, how well we're doing, and we have this. A lot of people thought that inflation would be through the roof and the stock market would crash. Well, we just hit an all-time new stock market. So
fake inflation, he says. So we're zooming in on the economy, stupid, and opening the phone and text lines. Is inflation fake in your life? Or are you confronting a different reality at the pump where gas has risen above $5 a gallon in some parts of the country, including Las Vegas, where he was speaking last night? Grocery prices are up. Marjorie was talking about Peace in the Globe this morning, where raspberries in some places are $18. So This is an economic check-in with you. If you're having a tough economic time, how are you coping? But on the other hand, if you're part of the 27% who think Trump in polls is doing a great job with inflation, we would really like to know what we are missing. The number is 877-301-8970.
Jim, you mentioned the story, front page of the Globe today.
I did.
It informed us that the, quote, golden age of fruits and vegetables. We've been in the golden age of fruits and vegetables.
I've been living in it.
Did you realize that?
I did.
It's over.
Over.
It could be over.
You know what I did this morning on the way to work?
Distressing.
I bought 3 raspberries. That's all I could afford. 3 raspberries, ate 1, saved 2 for after the show.
Yeah, and cranberries. That's going to be very difficult this summer when people have their Cape Codders and their summer cocktails with the cranberries.
How do you think people felt in the audience last night when they heard Trump refer to inflation as fake? And by the way, when he says that, he obviously confused things as usual. When he said people said it was going to be $2.50, obviously he didn't mean gas, even though he's talking about gas. He meant the price of oil was going to go up to $250. It's gone up a little above 100. Now it's down below 90 as of today because of the Strait of Hormuz being opened. But how would you feel if you're part of an average ordinary American family and the President of the United States tells you inflation is fake?
Well,
how would that go over with you?
I guess what's incredible is that we all remember Bidenomics, and we all remember that when people were really struggling, when inflation was really high, it came down by the time Biden left office, even though Trump says...
Well, he couldn't admit there was a problem either.
Exactly. That's my point. And I think that was one of the things that really ticked people off, in addition to thinking that Biden was too old to be president again, is that he kept denying people's reality.
Trump's too old to be president, too.
I like this quote from the Treasury Secretary, Scott Besant, yes.
Besant, yeah.
So he's asked by a reporter what he thinks about, American consumers struggling, and because the surveys show people are very upset about it. And Besant says, well, in their heart of hearts, they feel good. I'm not sure what they're telling the survey people. So that's another question for you, too. In your heart of hearts, do you feel like everything is great? I keep hearing the same thing all the time, especially from people in their 20s and 30s. My children's contemporaries, they can't afford the rent. They can't afford to buy anything. They feel like they're never going to get their little piece of the American dream. And I think that's something that the Democrats better get their act together on if they're going to get in power and stay in power.
877-301-8970. And by the way, speaking of guests, the head of Chevron Oil, do you know what his advice was?
Yeah, don't drive.
Drive less. So I assume if you're head of like a grocery chain, just eat less, and you don't have to worry about that either.
There's also some questioning about price gouging, that prices go up in these situations. They just don't come down.
Well, I think that's we discussed that with Dan Primack a few weeks ago from Axios. Isn't it obvious? Do you think gas... Now that the Strait of Hormuz is open, once they catch up, let's assume there is some sort of deal, and I think Trump is so desperate he'll take anything and say it's total victory. In 3-4 weeks when gas prices start coming down, do you think they're ever going down to $2.90 or whatever they were on February 28th when they started?
I don't understand enough about it. The global market sets the price. That's all I know. So it doesn't really help us that we have all this oil here in the United States because the global market sets the price, and our refineries are for heavy crude, and we have mostly produced light crude. It's very complicated.
Okay, can you explain something to me before we get the calls?
Light crude versus heavy crude?
No, I don't explain that.
Okay.
877-301-8970. When 27% of the people in the most recent Quinnipiac poll said they approved of the job that Trump was doing on inflation, what exactly were they approving? What were they approving?
Well, I don't know. Chuck Todd was we were talking about this week that people were expecting to get big money back in their taxes. And some people did get like over $2,000, $3,000, $4,000, the guy who called. But the problem is that it's being eaten up in these expenses like cost of energy, like the cost of your food, like the cost of gasoline. And there was a story today. Trump was out in Las Vegas making some big announcement.
Yeah, he was talking about the no tax on some tips. He says all tips, but it's some tips.
And some people in Las Vegas are talking about what's happened to their city, the Trump slump, because they've lost so many immigrants, because a lot of immigrants work in casinos out there, and those people have lost their job. And also the people that would come and gamble, I mean, there are some high rollers that come in from overseas. The high rollers are less likely to come in from overseas because of the immigration issues. And the regular Joe and Jane that want to go gamble are less likely to do it.
Well, particularly, you know what country other than the United States has the most people going to Las Vegas? Canada. You know who's not coming to the United States?
Yeah,
Canadians.
The Canadians. So they've lost a lot of business out in Las Vegas. Anyway, 877-301-8970. How are you feeling about the cost of living? Are you concerned that the golden age of fruits and vegetables is almost over? All I buy are fruits and vegetables. I'm like a fruit fanatic, and this is very distressing to me. I mean, what will I do, Jim, without my raspberries, my blueberries, and my pineapples?
Peggy and Roslindale, you're first on BPR. Welcome to the show. Hi.
Hi. I've been since the winter with the heating. It's totally taken a toll on my budget, and it's caused a problem.
Peggy, we lost the first half of that sentence. You said blank is taking a toll on your budget. What's taking it? Say it again, please.
The electricity.
Oh.
Yeah, the electricity.
How you cope? So what do you do when your electric bill is higher than you expected or can afford? Do you make cuts elsewhere? What do you do?
You try to make cuts elsewhere, but it's hard because you're, and I've been trying to pick up extra with work, but that doesn't always happen. And so it's difficult. And the food's gone up, and just everything's gone up. And I'm looking at probably having to sell my house here in Boston because I can't continue paying for this stuff.
Well, we hope that doesn't happen. Peggy, thanks for sharing your reaction. We really appreciate the call. Anonymous texter says, Marjorie is light crude, Jim is heavy crude.
That's a good one.
I think that's probably fair.
Peter Mystic says, I did my weekly shopping yesterday. Nothing special, just the standards. My bill was at least 25% higher. But he says, on the bright side, if you don't grocery shop, I guess you think everything is just fine.
Let's go to Robert in Stoughton. Welcome to the show, Robert. Thanks for calling. Hi.
Hi, Mazur and Jim. Thanks
Hi.
for taking my call.
Thank you for calling.
Yeah, I'm just, it's unbelievable that our president would say that inflation, everything is fake because he do not want to face anything that's a reality that he caused that is his fault. And this is a person that said that, Melania was doing a press conference that he didn't know about it. And I remember before when he left office, they said that when he show up at home, Melania changed the decoration of the house, and he goes berserk. And a guy like that was telling us, my wife was doing a press conference in the White House, and I didn't even know. I just think he takes the American people like we kids playing in mud. I mean, this is like the guy does not, he won't feel inflation because his son is getting $2 billion from the Saudis. His sons are making billions. And he doesn't care about nothing else. That's all he came to the presidency for the second time. And everybody is just going to pay the price. He doesn't give a damn.
Robert, I wish I had said everything you had.
Summed it up.
Thank you, Robert, for the call.
And I
we
think
appreciate
his major point is true. I think most of us would know if our spouse was giving a major press conference in just a couple of hours. We would
saying they didn't hang out with Jeffrey Epstein in particular?
Yeah. Have you seen the new pictures from Jeffrey Epstein's island, him dancing around the kitchen and giving interviews? And, it's really...
From the files that were released? I didn't see him.
Yeah, this place he lived at, what do they call it, Little John's or Little Island or whatever it was? Anyway, yeah, they're pretty creepy to listen to in retrospect. One of them is an interview we had with Steve Bannon. Alex...
Okay, let's take calls. Go ahead, Alex.
Alex in Gloucester, thank you for calling.
Hi, Alex. Welcome.
Hi, can you hear me?
Perfectly, thanks.
Oh, great. Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
Really, I totally agree with everything Robert just said, but I would ask, and saying inflation is fake is terrible, but what is the American people's tolerance for taking on Iran? If Trump sold it in a way that, we're confronting an evil country that has not been dealt with in the last 50 years, and that he's finally the one who's doing something about it. Could that not be a way to sell this to the American people?
Well, he's trying, and he said it would be over in 4 to 6 weeks. Obviously, it will not be. And as he said, including as recently as yesterday, Alex, that it's a price that the American people are willing to pay to not have Iran have a nuclear weapon. But
it
the reason...
sound like it, though.
Pardon me?
From what's saying in the media, it doesn't sound like it from what people are saying in the media. It sounds like no one has any tolerance for it because of inflation.
Well, overwhelmingly, people are against the war. Overwhelmingly, they're concerned about how he's handling inflation, despite that 27%. So he has not made the sale, if that's your point.
Well, I think the bottom line is...
Thank you for your call.
We were not in danger of an imminent threat. Ever since he tore up the Obama deal on nuclear enrichment, they have been enriching their nuclear capabilities over there. So we may have been getting close, but we weren't in an imminent situation. The problem to me is that the Strait of Hormuz was open when the war began. Now it's supposedly open again. We'll see. The problem was before the war, they had all this enriched nuclear material. They still have all that enriched nuclear material. They have decimated the military over there, but as many experts on this have pointed out, they are capable of recreating especially drones, which are cheap to make, and missiles. So it's not
Well, actually,
clear.
they don't have to recreate on the missile front. As CNN's
They've got
reporting,
quite a
half
few.
of their capacity still exists.
So that's the issue, I think, to me, Barry, is that...
Alex, too.
Oh, it was Alex. Okay. What did we do this
Close
for?
enough.
Because I would argue that we're in a worse position in terms
He wasn't
of...
arguing, in fairness to Alex, he wasn't arguing the Trump argument. He was just saying that's the argument that's being made, and there are virtually no buyers. I mean, is that... And it's
Well, I think
also
there are
so obvious,
buyers.
as we discussed with Chuck Todd yesterday, if they're going to cut a deal on this nuclear thing, when Kerry, who was with us last week, if you didn't hear it, I thought he was really impressive for that hour, John Kerry, who obviously led the negotiations on the nuclear deal in 2015 or 16, said it took a couple of years of advanced work to get to that final 2 weeks that cut the deal. The only possible deal Trump and his people could cut is to redraft exactly what Obama did that he rejected primarily because it was Obama, isn't that? Pretty obvious.
Yeah, I think he did reject it because it was Obama, because it was a big Republican talking point at the time. They said, oh, there are all these sunset provisions. Well, there were sunset provisions, but they were ways away, and you were allowed to have inspections during those sunset provisions, and you would know when they were like a year away from having a capability of having a bomb, and then you could talk about what you were going to do about it then. I think it was, it seemed to be a pretty good deal, but he'd get rid of it.
Well, also, the Trump administration is talking about a sunset in 20 years. That's their goal, so they're doing the same thing. And by the way, as Curry explained to us, because of their participation in signing on to the non-proliferation agreement, there were still restrictions on. Listen to this from Desperate and Air texting. My husband has a PhD, and we're not even making a check to check. We have 3 kids. I couldn't get the inspection sticker on our car in January because they said we need new tires. We're planning on using our tax refund to get tires, but we got nothing for the refund and actually owe $1,000. I don't know what we're going to do. That is heartbreaking.
Well, you know what the bottom line is here? We need regulated capitalism. We have a huge gap, bigger than ever, between the rich and the poor. It's like it was back in the Gilded Age, right? We had all the Vanderbilts building their mansions while people couldn't afford, a loaf of bread. I mean, we're getting to that point, and we have to have, I think, a revolutionary look at the way we do not regulate capitalism, because unless we do, it's not going to change. We've hollowed out the middle class here, pretty much. Anyway, Barry and by the way, is from lies that politicians have been telling us since Reagan, and that people unfortunately have bought. Barry from Barnardson, thank you for calling. Barnardson.
Hi.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Thanks for calling.
Okay, so I just wanted to comment 2 things. Number one, I happened to fill my tank up this morning at the local gas station, and to my pleasant surprise, gas was 10 cents a gallon cheaper than it had been a couple days ago. So I do think that the market is reacting quickly. But the flip side is, and this is sort of stepping out and taking a very big macro global look at things, I think the planet would be better off if we all drove less and consumed less. And so there's a part of me that's like, let's keep the gas prices up, because from an ecological, environmental standpoint, less consumerism leads to a healthier planet, which I support. So I'm very conflicted there.
Well, I don't think you need to be conflicted, Barry, if I may, because there are other ways to achieve that goal, a goal that I know Marjorie and I share. If you listen to Bill McKibben when he's with us once a month, alternative energy, he doesn't call alternative energy anymore because it's cheaper. Wind and solar are cheaper than fossil fuels. So if there was a transition, if there was not a fool as president of the United States who thinks that climate change is a hoax, then the answer is there's a way to get there without starving out low and middle income workers who frankly can't afford $4+ gas while we're making the transition. So our hope is I'm sorry, go ahead.
I agree with you that transitioning to wind and solar is great. I support that. I haven't seen any cars yet that can run on wind. Okay. The default seems to be electric vehicles. Yeah. But now you've got the mining for the rare earth minerals with a whole host of associated environmental problems. I mean, there are no easy answers, but I do believe...
Barry, we've had one more thing, if I may. We've had that discussion about batteries in EVs with a large number of environmentalists, and I'm satisfied that...
Well, they're basically saying they're bad, but the problem with the fossil fuels is immediate and here now, so if we wait and we hope down the road we'll be able to improve the situation with the rare earth minerals and the batteries, etc., but if we wait to do that, it's going to be too late, and we're already too late now. By
Barry,
the way,
we really appreciate your call and your
talking
thoughts.
about the environment, Heather Couch Richardson writes a great column on Substack. She talked about today, environmental-wise, listen to this. Today the Senate passed House Resolution 140, overturning a 20-year mining ban upstream in Minnesota. Yeah. That's right. It clears the way, not even for an American company, a subsidiary of a Chilean mining giant, to engage in copper sulfate mining, which produces sulfuric acid above the pristine area there. The waters include 1,175 lakes, 1,200 miles of rivers and streams. About 165,000 people visit there annually, generating more than $1 billion in economic activity and 17,000 jobs. So this is going to possibly wipe out this whole area, and not to mention the pollution it's going to cause to 1,175 lakes and 1,200 miles of rivers. This is what this guy is doing. He's got this kind of, he wants to like ruin the planet. I don't really get it, but he seems to want to make the air
What
dirtier,
did he say to the
water
fossil
dirty.
fuel guys on day one? What did he say
Said,
to
you
them?
give me $1 billion and I'll do everything you want. And he's doing. But even the
He's
fossil
honoring
fuel,
his commitment.
Even the fossil fuel companies realize that their days are numbered. I think the market is changing.
By the way, if people are wondering, I'm always in a bad mood on the show. Marjorie is not. The reason she's in a bad mood today is because she realized the golden age of fruits and vegetables
Well, that's
is
right.
over.
That's my real concern. I'm glad you reminded me about that. The golden age. You know those overpriced oranges? What do they call them? The sumo
Oh,
wrestlers?
Emily is the one
whatever
that
they are.
introduced
yeah, Emily
sumo,
already
yeah.
told me about those, and they are overpriced. I think they're like $2 an orange or something like that.
They're like $4
okay,
an orange.
$4
What are you
an orange.
talking about?
They're really overpriced.
They're huge.
But I've become addicted to the sumo wrestler oranges, and
They're not sumo wrestler oranges,
I'm very
Marjorie.
upset. They kind of look like
There's
sumo
a sumo
wrestlers.
wrestler and there's a sumo orange.
Well, that's how I remember the name of them.
That is an orange.
They're big and they're juicy.
They are, exactly.
Jeff and Newton, thank you for calling.
Jeff and Newton, hi.
Good morning. First of all, this is all our fault. Had anyone taken 15 minutes to actually investigate Trump's business history, they would know that this is the natural outcome. Every business he has run has either been a fraud or has gone out of business. The only way I can survive is because during COVID, I was able to refinance my mortgage and cut my payments in half. Plus,
Good
the fact
for
that
you.
the fact that I live in an affluent town, within 3 or 4 miles, I'm able to shop at 6 different stores, find things that are on sale, get discounts on my gas through points accumulated at the grocery store. So yesterday, I was able to get gas at $1.40 less a gallon.
Wow.
Without that, I couldn't afford my house. I couldn't afford my bills.
Jeff, thank you for your perspective and sharing it with us. By the way, that guy called a minute ago about cars not running on wind, and an anonymous texter just texted and said a car that runs on wind is called a sailboat. So thank you for that contribution.
I don't know if this person is talking about Ed Koch, used to be the mayor of New York, or somebody else, but he quoted Koch as saying, "I wouldn't trust a word Donald Trump said, even if his tongue was notarized." That's a good one.
By the way, that wasn't Ed Koch who said that. That was Melania who said that.
Oh, is it Melania who
It
said
was,
that? Okay. Yeah.
We gotta take a break.
We're still waiting for the story about Melania to come out of the woodwork. It hasn't
Well, except if you read Maureen Dowd. It's that other model who got deported because the guy she was dating at the White House got her deported. And she texts that thing and says, "Hey, bitch."
Yeah.
No, that's what she said in the text.
yet. Melania.
The truth is coming.
Wasn't very nice.
And an hour later, she's doing the press conference.
I wonder how she felt about the golden age of fruits and vegetables, Jim. What do you think?
No, my culture.
Okay, thank you very much for your calls and texts. Coming up after this quick break, we just saw this morning. It is incredible. The rare prints of some of America's founding documents are on display right here at the Boston Public Library in celebration of America's 250th birthday. We're going to talk with Library President David Leonard and 2 curators behind this incredible exhibit. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy. Listen to BPR and GBH and NEPM live from the Boston Public Library, where the exhibit is, and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
The runners, the crowd, the excitement. Marathon Monday is coming, and GBH News is keeping you informed with everything you need to know about the 130th Boston Marathon. Who's going to be there? Interesting facts in history, runner superstitions, and, of course, live race updates. Find us at gbhnews.org, on the GBH News app, or right here on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Music Worcester, presenting the world premiere of Frederick, a cantata on the life of Frederick Douglass, a musical portrait paying tribute to the life of this American icon. April 25th at historic Mechanics Hall. More at musicworcester.org.
And the Boston Speaker Series, announcing its upcoming season at Symphony Hall for 7 evenings featuring Pete Buttigieg, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, war photographer Lindsay Addario, and former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. BostonSpeakers.org.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, live at the library. Thanks, everybody. Streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Not here Tuesday because they're cleaning up after the marathon. On April 28th, we have a Tuesday twofer. The governor will join us for an hour from 11 to 12. Mayor Wu will join us for an hour, both at the library, obviously, from 12 to 1. And on May 1st, a Friday at the library, a special show with Ken Casey from the Dropkick Murphys co-hosting and booking the whole damn show. It's pretty incredible, actually. And speaking of music, great music, Tracy Bonham is going to perform and talk to us in about 20 minutes. So join us. The Declaration of Independence was first proclaimed in this city, Boston, on July 18th of 76 from the balcony of the old State House. For America's 250th birthday, the Boston Public Library is bringing it back to town with rare prints of the Declaration that are on display as part of the library's Declaration Printing a New Nation exhibit, on view now until September this year. We're joined now at the library desk by our host at the library, BPL President David Leonard. Good to see you, David.
Jim, Marjorie.
Manager of Rare Books and Manuscripts here, Jay Moschella. Hi, Jay.
Hello.
And a guy who gave us a fabulous brief tour of this exhibit this morning, Garrett Dash Nelson, President and Head Curator of the Leventhal Center. Garrett, thanks for that. Good to see you, too.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming in. Congratulations on such an incredible exhibit. David, elaborate on what Jim said. What are people going to see if they come up here and look at this exhibit?
Well, we've had several copies of the Declaration in our collection for many, many years, and they've never been on display together before, so this is the first time. And it turns out we actually don't have just 1 or 2 copies. We have 8 original printings of the Declaration of Independence from that summer of 1776. And so what better way in these times and during this important anniversary year to put them back on display so we can see the text and we can experience them, which Jay and Garrett and the teams have worked on as the breaking news of 1776. This is get the word out.
Explain what you mean by that. Explain what you mean.
So, you know, they had their adoption July 4th, July 5th, but it took 9 days to get here. Each of the 13 colonies was asked to, do their work to get the word out. And so you have all of these printers in each area working through their own process as fast as they could to decide, do we print it on a broadsheet? Do we print it in the newspaper? Do we enter it into the town records? And we have examples of each of those types of things, thanks to the great care of our curatorial staff here.
Let's put up a picture of the stone broadside, the one that we saw this morning at the entrance to the exhibit. And Jay or Garrett, who would be the person
Garrett
to
showed
explain?
It to us.
Yeah, explain what I thought this was, and it turns out it wasn't.
Sure. When you walk into the exhibition, you'll see sort of the Declaration of Independence that's in your minds, the one that you've seen ceremonially printed in school textbooks, on TV. The library holds one of only a handful of copies of this document printed on paper, but it's actually from the 1820s. It's not from the 1770s. It's an official copy commissioned by the State Department in order to preserve the memory of an original document which had already faded by this time.
But you can see everybody's signature. John Hancock's is huge. I was saying he was a big deal, Jim. So that's why his was so big.
I heard he was a big deal.
But you see everybody, all the Benjamin Franklin. They it was just B-E-N-G-J. He didn't write his whole name. Neither did Thomas Jefferson. It was just Tom Jefferson or something like that. But they're all there.
This is what's fascinating about seeing the copies side by side, or almost side by side, because each one, yes, the words are the same, but the different printers chose different scripts, different layouts. Do they all have the signatures? Is there one missing? What is that about, and what the time period?
And also the breaking news thing, the thing you showed us this morning that really impressed me is because we never thought about it in this regard. It's not like it's an instantaneous kind of thing. You have different neighborhoods in Boston, then the East Coast and the other colonies, the date on which they first heard about. Did they believe, in this time, we don't believe anything that comes out of Washington. Did they believe that this was the real deal, or were there some doubters?
You know, the printing is part of that process of making a political claim and making people believe that political claim. As Jay can say, some of the copies were more official than others. Some of the copies were meant to be breaking news, others to enshrine the document in the political context.
You know, one of the things, Jay, that we saw that knocked our everything knocked our socks off. So one thing, is it called the New England Chronicle? Is that what that Chronicle? Explain the publication in the New England Chronicle, and then explain what's on the bottom right corner of the page in which the Declaration is printed.
Yeah, so the New England Chronicle was one of many major Boston newspapers that were regularly published at the time, and it's one of 2 newspapers that we have on display in the exhibition, and there are a lot of things that are amazing about these copies. One, this is what the experience of the Declaration was for most people. Breaking news, it's on the top line of the issue itself. But from today's standpoint, we would think, well, end of story, that's it, like stop printing the issue. But it was part of everyday life. So you see Declaration on the top of the page with all of the language that we're very familiar with. And then right below is an ad for renting out a good horse.
That's great. You have the Declaration, little tiny horse ad in the bottom. Are you responsible for this incredible thing from David Walker? Is that part of your thing here?
Yeah. So
can you describe? I mean, that was just explain to people what it was.
So at the end of the exhibition, we kind of take a brief look at the afterlife of the Declaration and the way that different people incorporated it into social movements and political movements. And the one that we chose to highlight is an incredibly important story about a Bostonian abolitionist named David Walker. David Walker was born to an enslaved father in North Carolina in the late 18th century and a free black mother. He moves to Boston in the 1820s, becomes a successful used clothing salesman and a leading abolitionist nationally and in the city as well. And he does something extremely provocative in 1829, and that is he publishes a radical, incendiary appeal to the enslaved in the United States. And in particular, he sums up his arguments with the plain text of the Declaration, and he reuses Thomas Jefferson's famous language about natural rights, and in particular, the right to revolution, in arguing for potentially the overthrow of the United States should we not abolish the slave trade.
There's one incredible line, I'll read it. I ask you candidly, was your sufferings under Great Britain 100th part as cruel and tyrannical as you have rendered ours under you? I mean, it's so chilling. It is unbelievable. This thing is there through September. And already I got worried because we were so wowed that not enough people are going to see this. What's the demo for people who choose to come see this thing, David Leonard?
Every human being on the face of the planet, as far as I'm concerned.
Who consumes these kinds of things? Who's the primary audience?
So I will reference the other exhibition that is just wrapping up, the Revolutionary Art Exhibition, which tells our 249-year journey. It's got 3 days left to run. We are currently at 95,000 visitors to that exhibition.
Wow.
Maybe not the largest, but certainly one of the largest visitor counts we've had for an exhibition, because there is appetite, whether you're a casual visitor, whether you're interested in history, whether you have questions about our current democracy and like how did this all begin and what journey have we been on. And just like the Walker piece tells a version of the story, what is the inclusiveness and struggle for justice and equity that has been part of this work in progress over 249 years. So yeah, the declarations will be up for July 4th and through into September as well.
We're told, by the way, that's the voice of David Leonard, president of the library. He's joined here by the manager of Rare Books and Manuscripts, Jay Moschella, and Garrett Dash Nelson is the president and head curator of the Leventhal Map Center, which is, by the way, on the first floor, right? If you go into the main entrance, take a left, and it's a couple of feet away.
You know, Garrett, I couldn't help thinking or worrying that we've been dumbed down in the United States of America, because I was looking at these documents today, and they were in small print and they were long, and you know, people complain if the newspaper story is more than 600 words and they got to be pretty big words. You had to really work at reading your way through these things. You know, I don't know if people would do that anymore.
You know, the Declaration's certainly longer than a tweet, that's for sure. But also, I think it's one thing that's important to emphasize in the exhibition is that we think of the Declaration as this awe-inspiring piece of civic pride. We've got 250 years of memory that's kind of put it in place as this founding document. But the people who were encountering it in 1776 were from all walks of life. Some couldn't read. Some, were hearing the news secondhand. The way that people encountered independence, revolution was much the same as people encounter the news today. They didn't know what was going to happen. They didn't know that this new nation was going to take. And we want people to really think about that continuous history. How do you encounter the news? How do you deal with political uncertainty? How do you learn and share these political legacies and bring them into the future?
Well, that relates back to the newspaper we were talking about a minute ago. What's the demographic for the person who received the New England Chronicle? Who got that?
Yeah, I mean, newspapers were printed all around the colonies and states at the time. They were very widely read.
They were.
Literacy rates were fairly high at the time, but again, you're not just seeing newspapers in this exhibition. You're seeing these large, what we think of as these kind of majestic-looking, what we call broadside printings that are almost like posters. And folks who weren't reading this were hearing it. It was being proclaimed. It was being proclaimed by law. From the pulpit of every parish in the state of Massachusetts by August. So there's a combination of different ways that people are engaging with this text in full or in part at the time.
Were you the guy I had the conversation with a couple of years ago about repairing stuff? Are you the one who led us through the incredible rooms where people make repair? Was it you, Jay, or was it? You've come on a tour with us. We had
yes.
So, how are these things? How are these things preserved? I know there are very few of these things. How are they preserved? I know they're under glass and whatever and temperature controlled, but how are they preserved?
Well, a lot of the work that my colleagues and I do centers around preserving documents like this, manuscripts, books, upstairs in this very building. So, we have to put a tremendous amount of work into this behind the scenes to make sure that these materials last. But at the same time, we are doing this to create a very, very, very seamless, easy experience when people want to come in and use them. Because unlike most other places, our mission is not just to preserve these and keep them upstairs behind many, many walls, but to make them available to every single person who comes in and wants to handle them.
So when David, speaking of handle, I asked you this when I met you years ago too. When David's not around, do you touch these things? Tell the truth. do you? I have this impulse that
we're all trained. We handle these things all the time.
So you touch these documents?
They're very sturdy, and we have an amazing staff of conservators.
What does that feel like when you touch the Declaration of Independence? What does that feel like?
It's amazing and overwhelming and very normal at the same time because we're handling these things all the time, and we want.
David's not happy. I can tell right now. He's really unhappy.
We have incredible staff who I have the utmost trust in, and we all share in the vision of ensuring these things exist not just for today, but for future generations as well.
By the way, people do restoration. Talk about art. That was one of the most incredible experiences too. They were brilliant.
So one of the other things that's really incredible that Garrett showed us this morning was all these different maps. We had a map of the colonies. I guess that was one where the British were figuring out how they were going to deal with the revolution there. But we have a picture of it, a map of Boston from 1796. We can put that up about what the city looked like at the end of the 18th century. Tell us about what we're seeing there.
Yeah, we have an incredible collection of maps of this city that have shown just how profoundly our city, Boston, has changed over time. We have it in this exhibition because Boston was a tiny colonial city in the 18th century. People were meeting one another on the streets and in squares, on wharves. That's how they were hearing about the news. That's how they were getting excited or scared or engaging in this really precarious political moment. We think about this huge global city today, radio broadcasts, internet. Of course, in the 1770s, the actual city itself, the experience of living in Boston is very different.
But the streets, it's neat to see streets that were there then. They're still
Well, you also, isn't the next map superimposed on Boston as it is today? So you get an opportunity to see what it was and what it is.
Yep.
And you've also got a little kid-friendly. You were conscious of the families that come in here, David.
Yeah, it's really important that accessibility drives. It's not like access. We just put them out and you see them, but what is an engaging way of working with our collections when they're in an exhibition like this, which is part of the reason behind the breaking news or printing a new nation concept. But yes, for our youngest visitors, there are also a few little installations too.
And the colored balls. What were the colored balls about?
Yeah, we ask folks to say, if you were to declare breaking news in Boston today, where would you do it? The two of you have a great platform to declare breaking news, but would you go to the library? Would you go to Boston Common? Would you go to Faneuil Hall? What does breaking news sound like to you in 2026?
How long have you been preparing for, you have a number, not only the prior project, which we talked about, you just mentioned a minute ago, and I know you're working with a lot of sister and brother organizations around the region. How long, what kind of preparation is there for something like this?
It's at least a year, but we looked at the 250th like 3-4 years ago and did a 3-year arc of revolutionary music as a theme, revolutionary art, revolutionary ideas. So we've been really building up to this moment in some ways for the last 4 years. Individual exhibitions, it's probably a good year from concept to then ensuring things are ready and what is the story we want to tell, because it's not just about the objects, it's actually the story. And none of this would be possible without, in this particular exhibition, it's sponsored by the Boston Public Library Fund and a very generous donor in Boston, Bill Haney, who has contributed to supporting us.
We've met him many times.
Do people come to the library to see things like this who are not normal, that 95,000 you mentioned for the prior thing, who are not normal library attendees? And if the answer is yes, do they become that person, or is it a one-and-done kind of thing?
Well, so we did some surveys during the last exhibition, and many people more just are coming to see the building because they've heard about the Boston Public Library, want to check it out. That's a very common experience, and then they stumble across a cool exhibition like this. Others have heard about it and are coming to see it as a destination in its own right. And, obviously tourists fall in love with the place, and some people will stay and become members and patrons.
Let me just say, we're out of time. For all three of you, that was as impressive.
We are out of time.
15 minutes, and it was only 15 minutes because we were in a rush.
If people don't need reservations, so they can just come and see it.
Yes, they can. Absolutely.
They can just come and see it.
Check the specific gallery hours on our website at www.bpl.org, and for more on the Leventhal Map and Education Center, maps.bpl.org.
Don't miss it. It's great.
We've been speaking with BPL President David Leonard, Manager of Rare Books and Manuscripts Jay Moschella, Garrett Dash Nelson, President and Head Curator of the Leventhal Map Center. Thank you very much for coming in. On display through September 23rd. Live music is up next.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, our Week in Review. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame's latest class spans Britpop, hip-hop, and heavy metal, and welcomes in Oasis, Wu-Tang Clan, and Iron Maiden. Plus, Tucker Carlson is taking the culture wars into publishing, offering contracts to writers mainstream houses have avoided. And Hampshire College, the radical liberal arts school built to rethink higher education, is closing, despite a legacy that includes alumnus Ken Burns. We take on that and more today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for GBH comes from you and Bernadine Sung Megasin at Dream Mega International Realty, dedicated to helping buyers and sellers across Greater Boston, offering market insight and guidance through each step of the process. More at homesbybernadine.com. And Schneider Electric, providing energy technology and sustainability advisory services to help the Boston Athletic Association shape more sustainable events for athletes, fans, and the community. Learn more at se.com.
Welcome back to BPR and GBH and NEPM. Marjorie Egan and Jim Browdy live at the library, streaming youtube.com/GBH News. We are not here next Tuesday. The studio's closed because of post-marathon cleanup. April 28th, Governor Healy joins us for the first hour, 11 to noon. Mayor Wu joins us for the second hour, noon to 1. And on May 1st, as we've said, our co-host for the day is Ken Casey, obviously the leader of the Dropkick Murphys. He's booking the show. He's co-hosting the show. We're really looking forward to it. It's time for Live Music Friday. Today's performer hails from the Pacific Northwest post-grunge scene, a classically trained violinist who was expelled from art school for smoking cigarettes as a teenager. That's true, correct, Tracy? Is that true? Thank you very much. Okay, I think it is. Tracy Bonham's 1996 single that was huge, Mother, Mother, from her debut album, The Burdens of Being Upright, something I can relate to, was nominated for a Grammy and people just went wild over it. She's celebrating the 30th anniversary of that debut album with a spring residency at the great Burren. We'll learn more about that in a second. For more information, go to burren.com/music. But first, here she is, Tracy Bonham, performing Mother, Mother. Welcome. Oh, excuse me. That was almost right. They're performing Bulldog first and then Bulldog first. Hi, Tracy. Nice to have you. By the way, we know we had sound problems. Our apologies. They'll get fixed in a second. Tracy, come on over and join us if you would. That was terrific. Tracy Bonham will tell you about this Burren residency thing in a minute. You'll have a couple of opportunities to see her. Tracy, it's great to meet you. By the way, as I told you before, I saw you at the Middle East. I saw you a bunch of times, but at the Middle East 30 years ago, right about the time this album came out, and you were spectacular then and now. So it's great to have you here. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. So, yeah, I apologize again for the sound, but we'll fix it. So tell us who's in your band.
Okay, so I have the lovely violinist Bengisu Gokche.
Hey, Ben.
Another lovely violinist, And Price. And a lovely cellist named Tiago Wolf.
You are all lovely, I should say, by the way. She is absolutely right. How big was Mother? Mother was like not big. It was huge. It was like the biggest song in America, kind of thing. Huge.
No, there's no H. Huge.
Yeah.
Huge. Were you ready for that?
No. No, nobody was ready for it. In fact, that was supposed to be the setup track for the next single, whatever, music business stuff. But no, I was not prepared at all.
So how did that affect you as a human being? A human being. How'd that affect? I'm serious. How'd that affect you when it goes that?
Well, your ego starts to get a little inflated, but it also then leads to a lot of insecurity. So I felt bizarre, doing normal things.
Well, okay, that wasn't what you just played. You played Bulldog. You're going to play Mother, Mother in a minute. But you were quite young when this happened, and you mentioned your mother wasn't quite ready for it.
Right.
So give an idea. Give people an idea of what is behind that song.
Oh. I had moved to the East Coast from the West Coast, and I was going to Berklee College of Music, and then I stayed in Boston for 11 years total. But after Berklee, I dropped out of that school, and then I was just living a life as a 20-year-old, but starving, broke in a really, really unhealthy relationship and just really down and out. And I'd call my mom, and of course, you never want your mom to worry, right? You don't want to tell her the truth about what's happening. So when I started writing that song and writing about my life, it just seemed like the chorus just kind of fell out of me. Everything's fine. The screaming just kind of felt like that's not what I meant, right? But I was being ironic and trying to be playful.
I think it's so relatable to a lot of young people, particularly. I'm a woman, you're a woman. A lot of young women that are in situations they know are not great, but you're right. You don't want to confess, especially when you're across the country, and you know that there's not that much mother can do.
True.
Yeah.
True. You and it's funny, like and I think in the song it's like I'm asking to be saved, but then again I don't want her to interfere. It's a very confusing time when you're young. And
So she must have heard the song.
Oh yeah, she did. She thought it was theatrical. But she's a musical theater person. But she was in the video too. So she starred in the video, and then what was really trippy is to hear about people all over the world asking if that's my real mom. So now I'm like, oh, what did I do? I just like plastered her.
When you were here, was Passim or was it Club 47 still? What was it? I think it was Passim at that point, right?
I think.
Did you go when you were in town? You didn't? Oh, so there's not some nostalgic connection to your earlier life?
No,
kind
I
of thing?
came back around later and played there, but no, I wasn't.
So tell us about the residency. What's up with this?
Oh yeah, okay. So the Burren, which I love. The Burren is a wonderful club, an Irish pub that also has a venue in the back. And it feels a lot like what I remember from the 90s music scene, where you show up and you see friendly faces. And people are there to hear music, no matter what kind of music it is. And I miss that about, maybe it was because I was young and I was going out more, but I do miss the 90s in general because it just seemed like people were into live music more.
Yeah. We hear that all the time. From our buddy here at GBH.
Live music's where it's at.
Music is where it's
Brian
at.
O'Donovan.
Brian O'Donovan said that all the time. So you mentioned just kind of this kind of overnight stardom. So what did that mean for you? You got a better apartment? You got
For a moment, maybe.
Yeah.
Leading up to it was when, there was like big contracts and people flying me across the world, and I'd get a bottle of champagne in my hotel room. It would be so trippy.
Yeah.
And, bottle of champagne on the flight when the stewardess noticed me. Like, it was bizarre.
And you were in your 20s.
Yeah, I was in my late 20s.
Yeah,
so
you're young.
Yeah, younger than I am now.
How'd the classical music conversion thing happen? You were violin and piano when you were a kid? Is that?
Yes, violin and piano.
So how'd the transition? How'd that happen?
Well, I would say it was from being a wedding singer in Boston, in Massachusetts. I would get in my little Subaru and travel around and sing, just show up and sing. I'd play violin as well. And yes, I had the classical upbringing.
Wait, really at weddings, or is that?
Oh,
like
really?
Really?
Like at VFWs, at the Marriott. Like I was, yeah. There's I hope none of that surfaces. Luckily, it was pre-digital.
Okay.
If it does, I'll just have to swallow my pride a little bit. But so being, I'm already very much versed in pop music, all kinds of music. I loved all kinds of music. So then I was prompted to write a couple songs on the guitar just as an experiment. And honestly, Mother Mother was one of the first batch of songs that I'd ever written. And it just was what I wanted to say. I was tired of, no offense, classical players. These are better. These people understand the confinement of classical music, and it's beautiful, and I'm so proud that I have that as a foundation. But I was really hoping to express myself in a fiery way and a more way that comes from my soul rather than what was written on the page.
Don't you think? Can I just ask about this? Because I really loved Mother Mother, and I do. And it's like it's a totally different song now, isn't it? Or when you hear it with strings,
right?
To me, it is. Is it? Or
yeah. Well, right now you're not going to hear it with the drums, and the drums were key on that recording for sure, and bass as well. Incredible players. But yes, it's different, yet it's the same. And the sentiment, honestly, 30 years later, when I'm screaming everything's fine, and actually I want to enlist, I know that you guys are wearing microphones, but yes. I do want to enlist our audience. This is what I do live now, is that I have this moment of solidarity where everybody screams, everything's fine. And you think everything's not fine, right? in your mind.
Exactly. You know, you mentioned you left Berkeley after a year. Almost every Friday when we have musicians in here,
It's incredible.
They're from Berkeley. It's like all different kinds of music. But Berkeley was a very different place in the 90s, right?
Oh, yeah.
Tiny.
Yeah, it hadn't expanded to what it is now. I mean, wow.
So why'd you leave?
I got a gig. You know, I think
Yeah.
it's a compliment to Berkeley. You know,
Yeah.
sometimes people might think, oh, you know, she left because, you know, she didn't like it. But I just started working, and I think that's the ultimate goal, really.
Yeah.
They let you smoke cigarettes at Berkeley, or no? They
It
couldn't
wasn't at
smoke there?
Berkeley. It was at Interlochen Academy of the Arts.
Whatever.
I was 17.
Did we even mention that the next 2 dates on this residency are April 19th, which is obviously imminently, and May 17th. And you're also doing a rotten job. You have a relatively new album, aren't you? Don't you want to promote that?
will
It's
be.
terrific. I listened to it last night. It's
Oh,
fabulous.
yes, I do. I actually
you have
have
another
one.
Okay, go ahead. Tell us.
Okay, so 2025, I released Sky Too Wide.
Great.
And I'm really proud of that. It's beautiful. Lots of strings, lots of string arranging. But I'm also currently recording the 30th anniversary of The Burdens of Being Upright with strings.
Oh, that's
and that will be
great.
hopefully released in the fall.
Okay, now when I say you're about to perform Mother, Mother, will I be right this time or no?
Yeah, you're going to be
I will.
you're gonna
That's a
be
good
right.
thing. And by the way, the sound's going to work for people at home or at work and in the audience. All the sound is fixed thanks to our colleagues. So, Tracy, do you want to rejoin? It's a thrill to meet you, by the way, I know,
Thank
for
you so
both
much.
of us.
And while she's
thanks
going
for-
over, I will tell everyone again that she's got a residency at the Burren. Want to find out more about that? You can go to burren.com/music. That's Burren, Burren, burren.com/music, and get all the details. Davis Square in Somerville. That's right. It's a local operation. Okay, we're going to hear Tracy Bonham's 1996 single, Mother, Mother.
Oh, wait. Can I just say, in the choruses, you'll know what to do. But if anyone out there would like to scream with me in solidarity, everything's fine,
I'll be
but
doing
louder, I would really appreciate it, okay? It's cathartic. Mother, mother, house of family, I'm just calling to say hello. How's the weather? How's my father? Am I lonely? Heavens no. Mother, mother, are you listening? Just a phone call to ease your mind. Life is perfect, never better. Distance making the heart grow blind. When you send me off to see the world, were you scared that I might get hurt? Would I try a little tobacco? Would I keep on hiking up my skirt? I'm hungry, I'm dirty, ready, losing my mind. What? I hear you. I'm freezing, I'm starving, I'm bleeding to death. Everything's fine. Yeah, I'm working, making money. I'm just trying to build a name. I can feel it round the corner. I could make it any day. Mother, mother, are you listening? Sure I'm sober, sure I'm sane. Life is perfect, never better. Still your daughter, still the same. If I tell you what you wanna hear, will it help you to sleep well at night? Are you sure that I'm your perfect dear? Now just cuddle up and sleep tight. I'm hungry, I'm dirty, losing my mind. What? Everything's fine. You have another chance. I'm freezing, I'm starving. Let's do it. Bleeding to death. What? Everything's fine. Is it really? I think not, Mother. I miss you. I love you.
We have been
Tracy
listening
Bonham.
to Tracy
That was great.
Bonham. She's at the
Just
Burren this
great.
weekend and again in May. For more information, go to burren.com/music. BURREN, over in Somerville, as Jim said. Okay, we say goodbye to those of you listening on
You're great,
NAPM.
all of you.
Make
Thanks
sure
so
to tune
much.
in to the Fabulous 413 starting at 3 this afternoon. We're going to keep going here in Boston. Coming up after this quick break, what is up with Pete Hegseth's Pulp Fiction moment at the Pentagon Prayer Service? We'll ask the Globe's Abdallah Fayyad and media maven Sue O'Connell. Press Play is next. Press Play is next. Marjorie and Jim Browdy live at the Boston Public Library.
Experience a fusion of Puerto Rican jazz rhythms live at GBH on April 30th. Listen to the Emmy-nominated cuatrista Fabiola Mendez. Tickets at gbh.org/events.
Funding for our programs comes from you and the Peabody Essex Museum, presenting Edmonia Lewis, Said in Stone, a retrospective of the 19th century black woman sculptor. More at pem.org. And Modern Pest Services, providing integrated pest management for Boston homes and businesses. Modern Pest uses a prevention-first approach to seasonal pests to help target the source of the problem. Learn more at modernpest.com.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Welcome to hour number 2 of Boston Public Radio, 89.7 GBH. Jim Browdy and Marjorie Egan, thank you very much. Live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We will not be here on Tuesday because they're cleaning up after the marathon. But a programming note, 2 programming notes. April 28th, Maura Healey will be here with us at the library from 11 to noon. And from noon to 1, the mayor of Boston, Michelle Wu. And on May 1st, a special show starring Ken Casey, the star of the Dropkick Murphys. He's going to be our co-host for the day. We're very excited about that. Hello again, Jim.
Hey there. And by the way, our apologies again for the sound. We have the best sound people of all. We just had a technical glitch. Our apologies on Bulldog, but go get the album, go get the old album. She's fabulous. The whole band was great. It's time for our media analysis segment, Press Play. Joining us at the library desk is NBC 10's Sue O'Connell. She's co-hosting a new podcast called At Issue, the 2026 midterm elections. That's available on Monday. That's great. I'm really looking forward to that.
Thank you.
And on Zoom, Abdallah Fayyad. He's a staff writer for the Boston Globe Ideas section. Abdallah, it's great to see you. Welcome to you both.
Yeah, thank you very much for joining us. So before we get to Pete Hegseth and Pulp Fiction, a big story locally that's turned into a national story. Diana Rossini was a reporter for The Athletic, which is the sports section of the New York Times. She has left her job after she was in a situation with Mike Vrabel, the coach of the New England Patriots. What do you think about this whole thing?
For some people may not know, you should say in a situation. She's photographed.
Yeah, holding hands, arms around each other on the roof of a swank place, multi-$1,000.
She's the lead reporter, was the lead reporter in the NFL at the Atlantic, so she's a big deal. Obviously, everybody knows who Vrabel is, so that's the backstory. Sorry, Sue.
And they were on the roof, arm in arm. And
yeah, I mean, I don't have any inside info on this, and occasionally I hug Jim Browdy, so I just want to disclose that.
I haven't been covering you that much lately,
Not that
though.
much. I mean, listen, the porous world between the subject and the reporters in the sports world is worse, I think, than the political world between covering politicians in Washington, D.C. and hanging out with them. And I don't know a lot of details about what they were not doing. They could just be very close friends for all I know. But I'm sure there are any number, as is pointed out in a number of editorials, of male sports reporters and editors who have been in people's weddings, are godparents to coaches' kids, who have inside information. You know, you don't get inside information like many sports reporters do unless you have relationships with the people who you are covering, and sometimes those relationships become personal relationships, and then you become the expert of that person.
But are you suggesting this is okay based on
I
what
don't
you
know if it's okay or not okay, because all I know is that they were, if we say that what they were doing was platonic, just they were super friendly, let's just for the benefit of the doubt for the discussion, then let's go look and see, at a Super Bowl after the game, who's at the bar and who's hanging out with each other.
Okay, then I am way behind the times, Abdallah Fayyad, because I think you don't do this. I was stunned to know that ESPN
I didn't say you shouldn't do it. I'm just saying it's being done.
I mean, I think generally speaking, you get fired if you are doing this at a newspaper, the Boston Globe or the New York Times. I was shocked to learn that this reporter for CNN is sending
people... This is in a Ben Volin piece in the Boston Globe.
Yeah, a great piece. Good for Ben Volin, sending people $16,000 worth of chocolates for Christmas gifts. Somebody else is with the guy that started Starbucks, a billionaire, Howard Schultz. His son, he's a reporter. He's having athletes over to his house, sending them $700 coffee machines. This is a fireable offense. At least it was in my days as a reporter. So what is going on here?
I mean, I think what you're saying is totally true. There is an ethical boundary and there are ethical lines as to how you develop relationship with sources. Certainly when that crosses, an ethical threshold, then there should be consequences to that, because that's the only way that you can report accurately, that you can report fairly, and that your readers can trust you. Especially when it comes to monetary exchanges, like you just mentioned, gifts, that's completely unethical, especially if it's, gifts worth that much money. When I go out with a source for coffee or a meal, I make sure that we split the bill evenly, so that there is, even if it's a small amount, just so that there's, no confusion as to whether or not somebody owes somebody else something. So you kind of have to draw these ethical boundaries. As to the center of the story and Rossini's relationship with Vrabel, I like Sue, I don't know, any more insider information. To me, that does seem like it crosses a boundary, an ethical boundary. Sports journalism, I'm not a sports journalist, so I don't know that world all that well. But, I am a journalist, and reporting ethics and ethical guidelines, should be applied across the board. Once your relationship with somebody becomes too friendly, even if it's platonic, there have to be disclosures when you're reporting on that person, so that readers understand that you do have a biased relationship with that source.
Well, because you can't report, you can't do a hit job on someone you're going on vacation with, even if that person is worth the hit job because they're doing something terrible. That's the problem.
No, I fill out a disclosure form twice a year for NBC. I also have to split bills. I also disclose any friendships that I think might go against the line that I had prior to me working at NBC 10 Boston. But again, I think we also have to talk about the sports world and how it's different from other reporting, and also some of the publications that you're talking about don't have the same ethical standards that Globe does in NBC. No, I know she did, but in the story about giving away gifts and collecting stuff, I think it's important that readers ask and demand, what is the ethical standards that you are holding your reporters to?
Can I say two more things here, and then we're going to move on? One, the angle that we're not taking, I think that women reporters, particularly in sports, are going to take a real hit because of what Rossini did. That's how you get your story, women reporters. You go on vacation, or you go and hold hands with the coach of a Super Bowl team. And secondly, well, obviously the ethical standards are different. He's not a journalist. He's a football coach. The fact there's a moral issue there. I don't mean his family. That's his business. The fact this woman was forced to quit at the Athletic, and he has not even said a word other than a pathetic statement saying that anybody who thinks there's a problem here, this is laughable, and has been silent in the wake of his obviously at minimum good friend getting canned or resigning is despicable.
Yep.
And if Kraft and Vrabel stand for anything, he's at least got to speak and answer questions. In any case, let's move back to national politics.
What does Kraft stand for?
So let's move back to national politics if we can. Abdallah, let me start with you. Every time I hear Hegseth, what did Chuck Todd call him yesterday morning? Despicable. Beyond the despicable, every time he does what he did yesterday morning at 8 o'clock, where Marjorie and our eternal masochism watched every minute of it, he savages the press. They're the Pharisees. Which side are they on? Well, they're on neither side, Mr. Secretary of War. They're doing their jobs. I worry that when he and Trump do what they do every single day, it trickles down to a significant part of the population who says they're right. We can't trust any of those people. Am I exaggerating the impact that endless crap causes from Trump and Hegseth?
Not at all. I mean, the way that they have turned the press into the enemy, I mean, this has been true since Trump's first term. I mean, he's called the press the enemy of the people from day one. And I think this is a real problem because it does put a target on journalists' back. It also undermines the freedom of the press when you have high-ranking government officials demonizing journalists who are supposed to cover them fairly. Of course, journalists and public officials, naturally have an adversarial relationship, or at least, ought to have an adversarial relationship, but it has to be respectful. And we should expect our public officials to respect the practice of journalism without demonizing them. They can criticize our work, they can take issue with our work, they can say that it's inaccurate if they want to, they can challenge it. But when they start demonizing it, I do think there's a trickle-down effect, and not just on the general population, but also on how politicians across the board start to treat the media, who they let into their events, who they will agree to speak to, whether or not they feel even the need to respond to journalists' requests for comment. This is trickling down not just in the federal government, but we're also seeing this happen in states across the country where public officials no longer feel like they have to be that they have to answer to the press. They think it's presumptuous of us even to ask them questions that we ought to be asking.
By the way, it happens here. I know that. For what it's worth, we've discussed it with Brian McGrory. It happens right here.
We are the worst
Boston.
in the nation for government transparency. The Commonwealth of Massachusetts.
So, can we stay on this guy for a second? First of all, everybody's heard the Pulp Fiction story that he's quoting from the Bible, Hegseth, because it's the Holy War, as we know, and it turns out the Bible he was quoting from is Samuel Jackson in Pulp Fiction.
Tarantino is a god. Tarantino is a god.
Should we play that or should we not play that?
Let's play it.
Let's play it.
Okay, here is I don't know who put this together. I think it was CNN.
I think, it might have been Joe and Mika.
Hegseth quoting from the Bible when, in fact, it's Samuel Jackson in Pulp Fiction. And you'll first hear Hegseth, then Jackson, Hegseth, then Jackson. Here it is.
The path of the downed aviator is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men.
The path of the righteous man is beset on all sides by the iniquities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men.
Blessed is he who, in the name of camaraderie and duty, shepherd the lost through the valley of darkness.
Blessed is he who, in the name of charity and goodwill, shepherds the weak through the valley of darkness.
He says he knew. His staff said he knew he was quoting Pulp Fiction. You buying it, Sue O'Connell?
No, not at all. Just like, Trump said that the picture was doctored of him as Jesus, and now we know that his press secretary said, tell them it was doctored. And he said, oh, doctored, I'm a doctor. Yeah, no, this is... No. I mean, cheese royale.
I didn't even know that.
Caroline Levitt was walking around saying that it was doctored, and then suddenly he's saying, I'm a doctor.
Well, that's the thesis. I buy the thesis. But
no, but I mean, it's a cheese royale. I mean, let's just get right to the point here. This is funny, and we have service members in harm's way following this person. And it's, I never thought that I would be in a place where I know more about religion than people who get up and start speaking about religion. And I don't know if they're trying to, Trump and the Trump administration are trying to start a new religion where they just criticize the Pope and think they know more than...
well, he's not even right about the Pharisees.
They've been wrong about everything. No,
they were not the elites. He told them they were elites. They were the Sadducees, whatever you call them.
No, and if the Pope says something, it's gospel. I don't know what J.D. Vance... I got thrown out of a lot of Sunday school on a regular basis,
sure
not surprising, but I learned that. And it's just... I don't know what's happening, and I think that it's a challenge for us to keep covering it because it is both absurd and crazy and dangerous.
You know, Abdallah, speaking of covering these guys, Brian McGrory was with us on Monday, and we got into a discussion about the mainstream media, including the Globe, choosing not to print the whole F word on Easter Sunday when Trump said open the effing straight. And Brian explained something to us that I cannot tell a lie. I didn't understand what he meant.
It's great.
But here's what he said about how the Globe was going to be addressing this. Here's McGrory on Monday.
It's a different variation of using this language, and we are giving readers the option of hearing all of this language played out by clicking a button.
Oh, great.
If they click another button, they are slightly sanitized, and if they click the opt-in button, they are hearing language the likes of which we would never normally put in.
So even though I said, oh, that's great, I had no idea what he was talking about. I was being polite, Abdallah. And then Marjorie and I read yesterday the story about these unimaginable threats that members of Congress have been getting. And the Globe printed verbatim what was shared with him by anonymous, unidentified staff members of Congress people. And now we know. If you click on a button, you get exactly the words that were said, including the F word, some racism, that sort of thing. If you choose, you don't want to hear the explicit stuff, you click the button in another direction. I texted Brian yesterday, and he said he's not aware of anybody else doing this. I think it is beyond brilliant, and so serves all the readers. Well, I'll put you on the spot. You work there, and then we'll get sued. What do you think of this thing?
Well, I mean, that's the newsroom's decision to make. I'm on the opinion desk.
Does that mean you don't like it?
Well, I'm definitely not part of that decision-making process, and I'm not at liberty to really discuss how the newsroom thinks about this. But my perspective on this is that I think this is the language of the President of the United States. It's important for the public to understand that language. I think, having the option for readers and viewers to hear the language explicitly, I think is important. But I also think that, our job is to relate to the public what our public officials are saying and how they are behaving on the world stage, particularly when we're at war. And so, there are a lot of ways to go about, industry standard and our standards in our own individual outlets as to how we can report on this particularly sensitive and explosive language. And people are getting creative by it. Obviously, as Brian McGrory mentioned, that's one way to do it. Other ways are to embed, for example, the president's tweets or truths on his social media platform, as they call them, or link to them. But I do think it's important for us to be clear on what the president is saying, how the president is saying it, and give readers and viewers the option to fully understand, the gravity of the situation.
Couldn't agree more. How do you feel about what the Globe's doing?
I think it's a balancing act between normalizing the language in the newspaper and in publications, because once you start using it, then it takes away from the power of it, and also giving people the option to hear exactly what he's saying. And I think it would differ from media platform and newspaper. I mean, I remember when I found out that President swore when I was Richard Nixon's expletive deleted, right? And I went to my mother and I said, what does expletive deleted mean? This is how, I ended up being the way I am, obviously. And she said, he's swearing. And I thought it was like a hell or a damn. And then later in life, I found out what Richard Nixon was actually saying. And I think had I known earlier, I would have been a little bit more critical of him quicker.
It is really fun, though. You just swipe, and all of a sudden, like magic, the swear words all appear in the copy that you just read.
I meant to text him before the show. I'm hoping that the vast majority of people chose the option to read as we were discussing what the president
because it's unbelievable, too. I mean,
said.
Sometimes you're preparing for a show and you say, are we going to include the Nazi information? Are we going to include the F word? And you think, what are we doing here? This is crazy.
That's who he
and
is.
we're just trying to report what people are saying.
One last thing about reporting and the presidency, Abdallah. Caitlin Collins had a very interesting exchange, obviously from CNN, with Trump. I think it was on the White House lawn a couple of days ago when she asked him a question about why is he picking a fight with the Pope. He says, I'm not picking a fight with the Pope. He says we have a disagreement because he said that Iran can have a nuclear weapon. And I assume most of us knew that he had never said that, the Pope. But Collins interjected in the middle of the president speaking, quote, he didn't say that. I was cheering from my living room because while normally we're not supposed to become part of the story, when you have a guy who lies every time he opens his mouth, particularly on something this critical, war, I thought she did exactly the right thing, but she's taken some heat for, quote, crossing a line. Did she cross a line?
Absolutely not. If anything, we need to see more of that kind of confrontational behavior from reporters to our public officials.
Yeah. And I'm getting a lot of applause here at the library, which you may not be able to hear.
I think the sheer amount of lies that we have gotten used to coming out of the White House over the last 10 years does require journalists to be more confrontational with the president directly. When he says something that is untrue, he needs to be called out for saying something that is untrue. Obviously, it's really hard to do in real time, so I sympathize with the White House correspondents who, the way Trump speaks, it's a fire hose of information, a fire hose of fake information. And so it's often hard to keep up with it in real time. But when you can, and when you know that he's caught in a lie, you have to call him out in the moment. And I think we should see more of that from journalists in the White House and covering this administration, for sure.
You want to make it unanimous?
Yeah, no, I mean, there's a difference between a policy disagreement. There's a difference between talking points from the White House. There are differences in what any elected official is saying and whether or not you should push back when you're in an environment like that. But we all know that Pope Leo does not support Iran having weapons of mass destruction, and you just can't let that hang out there.
Yeah, we've talked about this before, but I think reporters should do it in debates because in Trump's case, he tells so many lies during these debates, and I think people hear that and think, well, if it was a lie, somebody would have stopped him. And generally speaking, we don't do a very good job of it, I don't think.
Well, but the difference there is you have another, I mean, I'm mixed on that because there is the other side, in quotes, and you would argue it's their responsibility to counter things if they're untrue,
but how many
as opposed to a one-on-one interview
I might say it's also the voters' responsibility to go and check the facts. I know that's asking a lot.
It is asking a lot, Sue. Asking way too much, actually.
Before you guys go, Abdallah, you wrote, there's this new thing in the Globe. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but there are three editorial, you and a guy I never heard of, and a third columnist. I think it's Joan occasionally, Joan Benaki. Take different positions on important issues. And a really important issue you guys wrote about the other day was AI and journalism. And I had missed Megan McArdle's piece, the columnist for the Washington Post that you mentioned. Could you mention how she uses AI and what you had to say the other day?
Yeah, I mean, so she's a columnist for the Washington Post, and she wrote on Twitter about how she uses AI in her work, and that included using it as a fact checker, using it as a first pass editor to push back on her ideas, and help with research and other things. And she talked about how we can incorporate AI in our work and treat it, for example, as an intern, an editor, and a fact checker. I take issue with that kind of use of AI in journalism for multiple reasons. One is there are ethical concerns that we haven't really figured out. This is an unregulated technology that we still have a lot to learn about. I don't know, for example, where the line is when it comes to plagiarism. If you're using AI in your copy, to her credit, McArdle did not say that she's using AI in her copy. But we are starting to see some AI slip into copy in some major outlets, and I think that's a real concern because the copy AI produces text that's an aggregate of other people's work, and then you're putting your name on it. I think that's a form of journalism, of plagiarism. Excuse me. But I think more than that, I think when our journalists and our newsrooms are starting to rely on this technology, which, to be sure, I think there's a place for it. I think it can help in a lot of ways. But I think when we over-rely on it or journalists become more comfortable using it for tasks that humans can otherwise do, I think that's a detriment to our industry overall because the jobs that we're outsourcing to AI are jobs that get people started in journalism. And if we erode that pipeline, then who's going to be, the next generation of great investigative journalists if they're not getting a foothold into our newsrooms and we're not training them? I think that's one of my main concerns. If we start to rely on AI, our publications, our companies, our owners will start to feel more emboldened to lay off staff, and I think that will inevitably hurt the talent pipeline to produce great journalists for generations to come.
How about it, Sue O'Connell?
I disagree with them 100%. No, I mean, I use AI all the time. I think, Marjorie.
For what? For what?
For fact checking. And when I say fact checking, I don't take what it says as fact. I fact check the fact checking. I think the issue here is how deeply you use it and how much you understand it.
So you mean fact checking or for research?
Both for research and fact checking. So I research it. It's like Google. I mean, for the researching. So I say, can you?
I don't think anybody objects to research.
No, I think some people do because they think, well, you should be researching it yourself instead of saying, can you give me all the latest information on what Pete Hegseth said over the past 4 days, and then pulls up information. And then if I'm going to write a column for it, I'll write columns based on the facts that I have. Usually they're from NBC sites. And then I ask it to fact check what I wrote. Sometimes it hallucinates. Sometimes it makes stuff up. But then I fact check what it did. I don't just take what it said and say this is correct. I think AI is like a really smart intern. And that if you're using an intern to look at your work, you're not going to just take what the intern did and publish it. I mean, Margie, when you were writing columns, how many hands and eyes touched your columns in the Boston Herald before it made it to print?
Not enough, Sue. Not enough.
And I mean, it also makes all the same mistakes that humans make. I mean, that's the other. I think a dangerous part of this is people think, oh, I'm just going to have it write a column for me or fact check or do an essay for me, and then I'm going to publish it. It is as wrong as humans are on a regular basis. But I think that the reality of having it do, I mean, I had a big fight with it the other day with Claude because I asked it to go get Pride listings for me, and I fed in all the Bay Windows Pride listings from last year. I said, please find these, update it, and bring back to me what you found. And it came back with the wrong dates, the wrong day for the dates, and it updated things that hadn't happened. And I said, why are you doing this to me when I can have an intern give me the same crappy work that you're giving me? And it said, I'm sorry, right? But the point is, I didn't just take it and put it on. It did do some valuable work for me. And the reality, too, is that some of this write-around work and some of these listings, like the Boston Phoenix used to do when I worked there, our whole bread and butter was on the listings. A lot of people don't go on from that to become great writers. They go, why would I be doing this terrible work when I want to end up being, a major columnist?
Let me just say, though, seizing on what Abdallah said, if you keep using Claude as your intern, Claude is going to be the new host of the podcast at issue the 2026 midterm elections on NBC.
I'm fine. I'm ready to retire.
Hey, Abdallah, it's great to see you. Sue
Thank
as
you
well.
very much.
Thank you both so much for your
us.
time. We appreciate it.
We have been speaking with our media maven, NBC 10's Sue O'Connell, co-hosting a new podcast at issue, the 2026 midterm elections, available every Monday. That's great. And Abdallah Fayyad, a staff writer for the Boston Globe Ideas section, where he writes terrific columns. Thank you both for taking the time to be with us. Coming up after this quick break, a Boston Marathon preview with the president of the Boston Athletic Association, Jack Fleming, and Robert Miranda from the B.A.A.'s High Performance Team. I'm Margie Regan. He's Jim Browdy, listening to BPR 89.7 GBH live from the Boston Public Library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today, on the Curiosity Desk, we are live from our GBH studio at the Boston Public Library. You wanted spectacle? You wanted showmanship? How about a real-life, honest-to-God Jester performing on the radio? Are you not entertained? You insatiable beasts. That's the Curiosity Desk, today at 1 on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And GM Roth Design Remodeling, providing custom kitchens, bathrooms, and accessory dwelling units. Their design team works to create living-in-place solutions tailored to the needs of each home and family. More information at gmroth.com. And Gentle Giant Moving and Storage Company, offering local, long-distance office and piano moving with 23 locations throughout New England and across the country. More information at gentlegiant.com.
Welcome back to BPR 89.7 GBH. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browdy, live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. We are not here Tuesday because the studio is closed as post-marathon cleanup happens. April 28th, which is a Tuesday. First hour of the show at the library is Governor Healy with us. Second hour of the show is Mayor Wu with us. And May 1st, as we said, we're really excited. Ken Casey, the leader of the Dropkick Murphys, will be co-hosting our show right here at the BPL. Our next guest has been dubbed the Boston Marathon's biggest fan, I should say, by the Globe. Jack Fleming is president and CEO of the Boston Athletic Association, the marathon organizer. Jack, it's great to see you again. Thanks so much for being here. He's joined by one of this year's elite runners, Robert Miranda, part of the B.A.A.'s high performance team. Robert, great to meet you. Congratulations.
Good to be here.
And good luck.
Okay, well, I noticed something very beautiful that you brought with you, and it's on the counter there. People can see it, see the picture of it. What is that, please, Jack?
This is the olive wreath, which crowns our 4 champions, open men, open women, wheelchair men, wheelchair women, flown in from Greece last night. So I thought I'd delight you both by bringing it.
And when you say flown in from Greece, what's the deal?
It's part of our tradition where every year, 130 years, we have our roots in the revival of the modern Olympic Games, and so they are fashioned from a branch on Mount Olympus, gilded, and then presented to us by the Consul General of Greece in Boston to the Boston Athletic Association.
That is fabulous.
But wait a minute.
That is so beautiful.
I'm going to ask you a really stupid question here. Is this actually used?
We do it every year, and so we have 4 of these. This is just one, and next year we'll do it again.
With those
the winners get to take these home with them.
Fabulous.
That is fantastic. I had no idea that. Thank you very much for bringing back.
And by the way, just
that
to be
in.
clear, Jack once said Donald Trump did not tell them it had to be gold. That's the way. Is that correct, Jack? I want to be clear.
I'm a sports guy.
Okay, I knew you were.
Okay, so give us a big picture. 130 years, as you just said, the street is full here of revelers. I'm seeing everybody running around with the jackets. They're looking like they're ready for the race. Tell us big picture what's going on. How many runners, where they're coming from, all that stuff.
Well, I mean, one of our premier athletes is standing to my right here, Robert Miranda, member of the Boston Athletic Association High Performance Program, is really representative of all of our 30,000 runners going from Hopkinton to Boston on race day. So maybe he's better because he's actually running.
Okay, what does the high performance thing mean?
So it's a professional team. I'm very lucky to be a professional runner sponsored by the B.A.A. But on Monday, I'm just one of 30,000 runners that's going to be towing the line in Hopkinton and trying to get right here as fast as we can.
Yeah. Well,
nice try there, Robert. Last 2 races, I think you've been in the top 25 in 24 and 25. Am I right about that?
Yes.
I mean, that's a huge deal.
Thank you.
What is the high performance scene? We learned a little bit last year because one of your predecessors was kind enough to join us. What does it do? Explain what it is.
So it's a professional group. We've got about a half dozen runners training full-time in Boston. We've got a great coach, Mark Carroll. We've got a lot of support from the B.A.A. The goal is to come out in the Boston Marathon and represent the city, represent the B.A.A. As best as we can in what I really think is the best marathon in the world.
What does it do for you?
It gives me an opportunity to, this is a dream, really. Being able to go out, test my limits, to see how good I can be against, the best competition in the world on Monday. Everyone's coming here. And for me, this is my backyard. I get to live here. I get to train on the course. So it gives me the opportunity to really just pursue what I really want to do and see how well I can do against, the best competition in the world.
Okay, before we get back to Jack, it's Friday. The race is Monday. What's your routine? What are you going to eat? What are you going to stretch like? What are you going to sleep like? What's the deal for the optimal run?
Let me see. Stretching, sleep, those are easy, like as much as you can.
Yeah.
Really just trying to keep the stress level down, just trying to go into the race kind of with your cup full. Not trying to, I think it's a big event. And if you get to the race day and you've already been stressing about it for, a week, a month before, it's like you've already been running it and the race is hard enough on its own. So you really just try to get to race day as relaxed, as calm as you can, and then go execute everything that you've prepared for.
By the way, I want you to know I'm carb loading on your behalf all weekend in solidarity. We're talking to Jack Fleming, head of the B.A.A., Robert Miranda, who's one of the members of the high performance team of the BSA. We had 2 or 3 days, I guess 2 days ago, we had Anna McEwen from something called Dreamfar that works with teens to get them running, and Jim Kane from Boston Bulldogs, who works with people with addiction, getting them right. And they're both really inspiring. And one of the things they talked about that I have a feeling is totally obvious to you, but wasn't to me, is the sense of community that is built in a lot of these runners, this shared experience thing, particularly in a time when there's a lot of division. Is that part of what causes people to feel so good about this race? Is that part of the thinking?
You should work for us.
No, I'm serious.
No,
well, it wasn't our
no,
thought.
No,
it was
no,
theirs.
I know we're joking around, but we so appreciate what you all do on a
Pull
daily
your mic
basis.
up just an inch there, Jack, if you can.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Perfect. That's
sorry.
fine.
We so appreciate what you all do on a daily basis here in the public. We're also taking place in the public. There are times, just like you all bring people together on the air or in person here. I mean, that's a sense of community. Our running world community is all here in Boston. This truly is a runner's world. So yeah, I mean, what better example of an expression of freedom on the occasion of America 250 and Massachusetts 50 than to run, right? We're just really proud and humbled to be first in an incredible year, especially for Boston, where we're going to have, World Cup later on. We're going to have 4th of July, 250th. We're going to have the tall ships coming in. And for us to kick that off, we can't do it alone. This takes this takes a Commonwealth and a country to be able to do what we do. And we're seeing incredible support at the municipal, state, and federal level for this event.
Well, you know, you just mentioned at federal level, I don't mean to bring up a sore subject, but there's been a lot of concern this year that people are coming from countries all over the world and that there might be issues coming into this country from certain countries, immigration-wise, visa-wise. Have you run into that at all?
The visa process has been a little bit more complicated, but we have a full field and
so no one's been turned
the
away.
Cooperation from the state level with the federal level on this, pushed by the municipal level, has been, we are very fortunate to have that kind of cooperation.
Good.
But not just the runners, though. I mean, one of the sad things, I'm into the marathon. I'm not that into the World Cup. I know you're not supposed to say that, but I'm thrilled it's coming here and that sort of thing. They're talking about how in a lot of cities, the number of hotel rooms that were booked were released by by FIFA because people just weren't coming. I mean, obviously Canadians, we know, are coming less. We were talking about in terms of Las Vegas the other day. Are fewer out-of-towners who are coming just to love the experience coming, or is it full house?
We are not experiencing that. We are obscured behind us, people gathering on the finish line. We have the expo at the Bank of America Boston Marathon Expo up the street at the Heinz. But we are bursting at the seams in terms of hotels, Airbnbs, residentials. So we're really enjoying the love of Boston right now.
And by the way, and FanFest opens at City Hall at 3 o'clock today, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, our footprint is not just Hopkinton to Boston, but in Boston, the Heinz Convention Center, Boylston Street, Copley Square Park, Boston Common, City Hall Plaza.
And what are people going to see if they go there?
Well, you don't have to be a runner to participate in the Boston Marathon. You can participate by supporting Robert, by following him, by cheering him, by downloading the app and following his progress. You can. The expo's free. FanFest is free. It's free to spectate. So everyone's invited. But there's no better place in the running world this weekend, or in the world ever, than Boston.
What's your body? Hey, Robert, what's your body fat? Like 0, right? I'm looking at you while Jack's talking. You're
Don't like to get too into the numbers.
What's that again?
You just try to be as fit as you can on race day, and you know, I don't think it's one of the things where you don't want to be too obsessed about. This is my weight, this is my body fat percentage.
Is this the fittest you've been in your career?
I think so.
And how do you get to that? Is that just a natural progression when you keep working, or what's the deal?
Yeah, I think the progression's a big part of it. I think this thing's like consistency is king. It's not so much how you can do on any one day or, even any 1 week or season. It's just stacking marathon on marathon and years of consistent training, and eventually that pays dividends.
Do you get anxious Monday morning?
Oh, yeah.
You do?
Yeah.
Like a normal person.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
That's why there's so many porta potties right at the starting line, so in case people need them, they need to be there.
There are a lot of lawns, too.
You know what? I mean, people may know about this because it's been around for a while now, but I don't know, maybe 10 years, maybe more. One of the neatest things I think is that people can track you or one of their loved ones on the race so they know when you're coming. Explain how that happens.
So you're wearing a bib, everyone gets a bib, you got a number, it's got a chip on the back that you go over mats on the course, and so it'll, you go over the mat, it buzzes, tells the runners, okay, this is where they're going to be, so you can download the B.A.A. app, you can track people on there, so if you're spectating, if you're watching Friends, it's a great thing to just keep track of, hey, this is where they are, and now they're putting so much onto that, they're doing estimates on, okay, this is what time we think they're going to be here, because, you can't have a tracker like every single step of the race.
No, but it's great to know about they're now at about mile 12, they're now at about mile 18.
That.
It's really great, especially when you have friends and family that are running in the race. What's the ideal weather for you on Monday?
In the professional race, it's everyone's running in the same conditions. And so, obviously, the colder it is, kind of with the tailwind, it lends itself to a faster time. But I think the great thing about Boston is it's really more about a competition than a fast time. The course is hard enough. It speaks for itself. It's iconic. It's legendary. It's historic. So you really just want to see what's it going to be on the day, and it can be anything. I think it's a great thing about the race.
Jack, one of the things I think about, because I live out near the hills, the Newton Hills, it's really great. For like at least a week after the race, suddenly the hills of Newton are mobbed up there by Boston College. You see everybody's inspired. They're out there. People who probably haven't run in quite some time, by the dozens going up and down those hills.
Well, tomorrow morning on the Charles will be, Tuesday morning on the Charles will be huge, right?
We hope that the Boston Marathon can be an inspiration, not to run a marathon, but for someone to think about a better way for their fitness.
Two last things for you. Do you have we've talked a lot leading up to the marathon about all the great charity runners and the money they're raising for incredible causes. Do you do a calculation about what the total amount of money is?
Yes.
You do.
So
Tell us a
last
little
year, the total was $50.4 million, and that was about 175 nonprofits. This year, we hope to be at that number on Marathon Monday. And we're working with more nonprofits this year, closer to 200. So we'll have about a month after that to get if this was an election, all the returns in. And we don't process any of that. Those are direct from the contributors to the athletes, to the nonprofits. But we hope to far exceed the $50.4 million from last year.
Before Jack goes, we have an important question.
Oh, yeah, you're going to.
Well, I understand that you have been down here to the library before to watch this magnificent production.
No, to eat lunch.
Every day I'm sitting right over here with my soup from...
What's your favorite soup? That's what we want to know.
I like the chicken noodle.
I do too.
I love the chicken noodle.
I have some right here today. I'm going to eat it as soon as the show is. It's very good. It's very good.
You ever had a Marjorie sandwich? I don't think it's that good myself. Some people do. Have you ever had that?
I'm trying to watch my body fat,
so
I'm having the
that's
soups.
right. That's right.
Hey, Robert, good luck on Monday, and obviously good luck to you, Jack. It's a thrill to see you. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's great to talk to you, and thank you so much for coming in, and good luck. Hope it's a great day on Monday. We've been speaking with Jack Fleming, president of the Boston Athletic Association, and Robert Miranda, a runner on the B.A.A.'s high-performance team. We hope you have your best run yet. Robert, thank you very much for coming in. In case you are living under a rock, of course, the 130th Boston Marathon is Monday. Okay, coming up after this quick break, I'm going to open the lines to get your thoughts on marathon preparation. Maybe you are a runner. Maybe you're inspired to start. Do you have any running rituals? Are you going to be carbo loading this weekend, whether you're running the marathon or not? Are you worried about how you're going to get across Beacon Street and Commonwealth Avenue? And you better realize that you might have to drive from the Back Bay to Framingham and turn around if you can't go over the route on Monday. I'm Marjorie Egan. He's Jim Browdy, listening to BPR 89.7 GBH live from the Boston Public Library and streaming at youtube.com/GBH News.
This week on Under the Radar with Callie Crossley, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame announces this new class of inductees. Will audiences flock to see the Michael Jackson biopic? And celebrating Jazz Appreciation Month, it's our pop culture roundtable. That's Under the Radar with me, Callie Crossley, Sunday night at 6 here on 89.7 GBH and the GBH app.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And the Mass Historical Society, presenting the exhibition 1776, Declaring Independence with Revolutionary Artifacts, Letters, and More. Open March 6th through December 19th. More at masshist.org. And Framingham State University, where students learn to examine evidence and challenge assumptions. In a world of noise, truth takes discipline. Framingham State University. Live to the truth. Learn more at framingham.edu.
Welcome back to BPR and 89.7 GBH. Marjorie Egan, Jim Browder. We're live at the library, streaming at youtube.com/GBH News. Very important, we are not here on Tuesday. The studio is closed for post-marathon cleanup. We'll be back on Wednesday. We only have a few minutes left, but since we were talking about the marathon with the head of the marathon, Jack Fleming, and one of the elite runners, Robert Miranda, we figured we'd spend the last few minutes marathon talking with you. And Edgar, if you're around, you can join us too if you'd like for this discussion. As I said, Marjorie, and I'm fairly proud of this, I am both carbo loading and hydrating. In anticipation of Monday, in solidarity with all the Robert Mirandas and all the average runners of the world. And I have to say, it is pretty exciting to be in the city when there are people from all over.
Yeah,
and
it is.
It's a really great
Well, I was driving
feel.
down here tonight. You go by the Heinz. There's all the people in the marathon jackets there. Everybody running around in sneakers. You know, they're telling me over at the Lenox Hotel, which is right across the street here from us, that when the runners come out after their families after they leave on Monday, they book immediately for another year because the Lenox Hotel is a great place to be for the marathon race. And then we've got the
finish
city
line
hall.
is like 50 feet away from where we are.
I know. No, it's very exciting. It's very exciting around here.
So if you have any thoughts or comments or observations you'd like to make in the last few minutes here about Monday, what you're doing this weekend, are you excited? You can be a cynic too if you'd like. We'll even take those calls. 877-301-8970 is the number.
That's right. So would you like to discuss your running career, Jim, or you just want to move on from that?
Well, we've done this so many times that it's aggravating.
Let's not do it.
But for new listeners, we should say, Marjorie and I were much younger. We both ran a couple. How many marathons you run?
3.
She says she ran 3. I ran 2. And despite the research that our colleague, well, let's ask Edgar, who's an objective person.
She did find it. Nicole over here found my time there.
She said.
And I would like to point out that one of us qualified to get a number for Boston, and one of us did not.
Well, one of us did not attempt to qualify.
Jim
Boston.
didn't attempt to qualify.
Forget the evidence here.
Okay.
We both ran marathons years and years ago. This is Edgar B. Hurts, the Curiosity Desk.
Hi, everyone.
Live
hello.
After us. Who would you?
Oh, well, thank you.
Okay, that's enough of that. That's fine. Who would you guess, based upon, just you look at us both, it's fine.
Yep.
Who would you guess performed better, let's put it that way?
Performed better in their
in the
marathon.
Yes.
Well, I mean, it's obviously Marjorie. Jim, I mean,
let's move on. Okay.
Come on.
It's not obviously Marjorie.
This is
I get
not
a number.
difficult.
I get a number for Boston. But I tell you something.
Yeah.
Have you quit smoking yet?
Oh, yeah, I quit smoking a long time ago.
Oh, okay. Just want to make sure.
It's a bad week to quit smoking.
Looks like I picked the wrong week.
Well, I'm going to tell you my quick story about a smoker.
Were you a smoker?
Oh, I was a smoker.
Oh, my God.
Jim,
yeah,
never
a smoker.
Never a smoker.
No.
But years ago, when there were almost no women who ran marathons, that's how old I am. And my best friend was a great runner who ran Boston, got numbers for Boston many times.
Yeah.
Smoked a pack a day. The Providence Journal was going to come out and do a big story. This woman runner from Rhode Island that was a big star. She was going to be up at the Boston Marathon. I said, you got to tell him.
Yeah.
You smoke a pack a day.
You got to come clean.
Did she?
No, she never told them. They had this whole big
that's
story.
Incredible.
But I thought to myself, imagine how fast she could have run if she hadn't been smoking a pack a day. But
see, now that's funny. You think to yourself, imagine how fast she could have run if she wasn't a smoker. I think to myself, how amazing would it be to come to the finish line and pull out a pack of smokes and light up as you're coming across the finish line.
One of the great things, I don't know how many years ago, and I think it was the Lithuanian men's basketball team in the Olympics.
Yeah.
The players who were on the bench, who were not playing, were smoking during the game, which was one of the great scenes I've ever seen.
Incredible.
We have Genevieve, who is in Portland, Maine, and she is calling Boston Public Radio. Welcome to the show, Genevieve. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. How you doing?
We're very well. We're glad you called. What's up?
I have 3 tips for runners.
Please.
I'm a long-time runner, and I've worked at the expo and all the things.
Oh, good.
The first tip is write your name on yourself so people can cheer for you.
Oh, that's a good
Like
one.
on your arm, you mean?
Yeah, or your T-shirt or whatever.
that.
Or right across your forehead.
Yeah, I like it. Okay.
The second thing is don't eat anything at the expo because of fear of GI issues.
Oh, well, that's an indictment.
Yeah, really. It's not that nice, Genevieve.
Boy,
but
the expo
okay.
must be pretty bad,
Wow.
huh?
Okay.
We have.
Wait, she's not done. She's got
Okay,
a third
go ahead, we
point,
got-
almost as important as the second.
What's the
What is
third,
it?
Really, don't change your routine. Don't change your
Okay.
routine.
I'm not planning on it.
And the third thing is
Yeah.
high five all the folks at the Wellesley.
Well, that's actually a wonderful
Yeah.
idea. That's roughly the halfway point. Genevieve, that was the excellent 3 points. Thank you for sharing them with us.
Now
We
listen to this.
appreciate
Chris from Boston is a server at Maggiano's right down the street, Copley Square.
Yeah.
They're getting ready for their own marathon. 900 reservations on Saturday, 1,200 reservations on Sunday. That is the crazy day. Pasta and lots of water. That's
yeah,
going to
there
be a
you
big
go.
crowd
That's
there.
gonna be
It's a great
unbelievable.
spaghetti meatball
So what do
place.
you know, since you are the Curiosity? Well, you're not
Yeah.
the Curiosity. You're the host of the Curiosity.
I've
You are
been
the
around the
Curiosity
Curiosity.
guest. What do you
Sit
know
at
about the
the
marathon that none of us know?
What do I know about the... Well,
Well, you repeat the question. That's a very bad sign. I
Yeah,
should
no,
say.
it is. So this marathon, let me give you a good one of my favorite marathon
Please
facts. And
do.
it is apparent. Nobody's 100% sure whether or not this is true. It could be apocryphal.
We don't care.
It's kind of weird that it's 26.2 miles,
Yeah.
right? So the first modern marathon, when it was kind of really set, the idea was it was going to be a 26-mile race in the Olympics. This Olympics happened to be happening in London, and they were going to finish the race by coming into the stadium. Now, apparently, where the royal box was another 0.2 miles away from the entrance to the stadium. And so that's why it's 26.2 miles, because they didn't want to end the race until it happened right in front of the royal family.
That's great.
What
I
are the
love
odds
that.
that that's true? would
I
you
think
say?
it's probably very low, but it's a great
Jim,
story.
we're reading a book about Queen Elizabeth. We're going to be
Susan
having
Page.
Susan
She's
Page
gonna
going
be
to
with
come
us
to.
on 27
We'll see
from
if that's in
USA
there.
Today.
We'll see if that little
is in there.
detail
But
is
that's
included.
a fun fact. And you mentioned Wellesley. I just think about the number of. I've covered the marathon many years for GBH. Been out on kind of on the race course through the day, and I got to say, being out there in places like Wellesley or anywhere, watching people watching the race to me is the most amazing thing. Like this city, to watch the support that people have for absolute strangers, watching them run the race and cheering for them, and the number of times you hear somebody yell, "You got this!" just out loud all throughout the city. It is actually legitimately inspiring. It is a really
You know what the
feel-good
most
event.
inspiring thing to me is?
Well, go ahead, Jim.
Eating what Genevieve says not to eat at the expo. I've always found that to be
eat like
really
you're about to run a marathon
excellent.
every year.
By the way,
before
we should have asked them this when they were here. We only have a second here. Is the science of I use the term loosely of carbo
Carbohydrates,
loading
yeah.
that existed 15 years ago the same, or is that not considered to be a healthy lead-in?
I'm not sure if it's different from now to them. We had an interesting conversation on our show yesterday with Pekka Hosoi, who is co-founder of the MIT Sports Lab, and we were talking about what's happening inside of the body when these runners are running. And she pointed out it's very interesting in that you can only store so many essentially carbs in your body.
Yeah.
And you need to have enough to get through the entirety of the race. And when you don't have enough carbs, that is when you bonk or hit the wall. So that carbo loading thing is real.
That's why I've never hit the wall. What are you doing on believe me, ever.
You could run 3 marathons.
You have 10 seconds to tell us what you're doing on the show. Quickly.
We've got a live performance
Oh,
from
good.
a jester.
A jester?
A jester.
What the hell's a jester?
Well, Jim, what do you
Like
think?
a court
Like
jester?
a court jester.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. it's vaudeville in here today, baby.
Okay.
Thank you, Edgar, and thank
Thank
you,
you, Edgar.
for
We'll be
listening to another
listening.
edition of
Thank
Boston
you.
Public Radio. Thank you to the people that came down to the Boston Public Library. Keep up with us 24/7 by way of our podcast. Check out our TikTok page as well. It's great. Tune in Monday for a special marathon-themed show featuring legendary runner Bobby Gibb, the first woman to finish the marathon, and marathon bombing survivors Jessica Kinsky and Patrick Downs, and much more. Thanks to Zoe Matthews, Nicole Garcia, Hannah Loss, John LaClaw Parker, Jenny Bologna, BPL staff, Maddie Gara, Bill Francis, Patrick Lally, Sandra Lopez Burke, our host of the Newsfeed Cafe, and across the street at the Lenox Hotel. Curiosity Desk with Edgar B. Hurd III, just saw him starts right after we are done. 89.7 GBH, also live at the Boston Public Library studio, and the Culture Show Week in Review with Jared Bowen. That starts also here at the library at 2 o'clock. I am Marjorie Egan.
I'm Jim Browdy.
Thanks so much for tuning in, and hope you have a great marathon weekend.
From the stories of centuries past to discoveries that will define our future, How Did We Get Here's, how-tos, and more. Journey with us down the rabbit hole on the Curiosity Desk. Coming up next on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Seasons 4, the outdoor living store in Lexington, featuring over 100 styles of outdoor furniture delivered throughout New England, plus a wide selection of plants, statuary, and garden accessories. April event in progress. Seasons4.com. And Rockland Trust Bank, helping foster healthy relationships with money by providing education and resources to the community, one neighborhood at a time. Rockland Trust Bank, where each relationship matters. Member FDIC.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Today on the Curiosity Desk, we are so back, coming to you live from our studio at the Boston Public Library. It's all totally free. Free as well as the books you can check out after you watch the show. First up, you think you know the news? What if someone were to swap out keywords from real-life news stories and replace them with silly stand-ins? That's just how we do things on the Curiosity nightstand. Then, you ever wonder how the Earth ended up with all of this water? One astrophysicist says it all might have come from comets crash landing eons ago. Plus, we promised you a show. Well, we got one. A real-life, modern-day Jester is here to perform live. It's all ahead this hour on the Curiosity Desk.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. Significant signs of relief in the markets today on news that Iran says it'll let commercial ships through the Strait of Hormuz during the 10-day Israel-Lebanon ceasefire. But Iranian ports are still subject to the U.S.'s naval blockade. President Trump says he wants an agreement that ends the war the U.S. and Israel initiated with Iran in late February. NPR's Deepa Shivaram has details.
Earlier Friday, Iran said it would open up the strait to commercial vessels after a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon was reached on Thursday. Trump announced that ceasefire and said leaders from Israel and Lebanon would likely come to the White House next week, though plans have not yet been finalized. Trump said he expects a quick resolution with Iran, quote, as most of the points are already negotiated. But until then, the U.S. naval blockade will continue. Trump is in Nevada and will travel to Arizona later to give remarks to supporters. In Las Vegas, he said the U.S. economy is, quote, booming, and gas prices are coming down, though in this city they're holding at around $5 per gallon. Deepa Shivaram, NPR News, Las Vegas.
The blockade of Iranian ports began this week. It's aimed at shutting down the country's petroleum exports. But as NPR's Scott Newman explains, that could prove overwhelming as ship traffic through the Strait of Hormuz picks up.
The number of vessels passing through the Strait of Hormuz waterway has dwindled from its pre-war average of 138 ships. Brian Clark, an expert in naval operations and electronic warfare at the Hudson Institute, says with so few vessels going through, the challenge for the Navy is manageable.
But if you get up to the normal traffic volume or anything close to it, it would be almost impossible to keep up with that traffic volume with the number of ships the Navy could maintain in that area.
Iran says it is opening the strait for commercial vessels, but the U.S. Navy yesterday expanded its quarantine to include all Iranian-tied vessels anywhere in the world. Scott Newman, NPR News, Washington.
As for Israel's ceasefire with Lebanon, Israeli media say residents in northern Israel are furious. They see it as another betrayal failing to defeat Hezbollah. NPR's Eleanor Beardsley highlights Amos Harel, a defense security analyst for the Israeli paper Haaretz.
We saw that when Trump forced Netanyahu's hand
and decided on the ceasefire with Iran last week. And we saw that again on Thursday evening when Trump announced that there was going to be a ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon. Now, Netanyahu is still hoping that somehow these negotiations fail and the fighting resumes, because there's quite a lot that he still wants to achieve.
Amos Harel's story brought to us by NPR's Eleanor Beardsley on Here and Now. At last check on Wall Street, the Dow is up 970 points, or roughly 2%. This is NPR News.
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Newsroom, I'm Henry Santoro. Federal authorities say there will be elevated security at Monday's Boston Marathon, while noting that there are no known threats to the race. Officials say threat levels are generally up due to the war in the Middle East. FBI Special Agent Ted Dock spoke alongside partners in state and local law enforcement today during a public safety briefing this morning.
Large public gatherings are an attractive target for individuals and groups seeking to inflict harm. And the FBI and our partners are taking all of these things very seriously, and we're not taking it for granted.
Law enforcement officials are asking the public for help during the race, urging anyone to contact authorities if they see anything suspicious. If you see something, say something. Tufts University graduate Rumeysa Ozturk, who was arrested by masked ICE agents in Somerville last March and held in a Louisiana detention center for 6 weeks, has returned to her home country of Turkey. In a statement released today, she writes, quote, "I am choosing to return home as planned to continue my career as a woman scholar without losing more time to state-imposed violence and hostility I've experienced in the United States, all for nothing more than co-signing an op-ed advocating for Palestinian rights," unquote. Her lawyers argued in federal court that her arrest and detention were unlawful, and the American Civil Liberties Union says the cases have been settled. The ACLU and the government has dismissed her immigration proceedings. In the forecast, we are looking at a cloudy day today, temperatures in the upper 50s, but we're at 63 right now. This is GBH News.
Support for NPR comes from NPR stations. Other contributors include Progressive Insurance, working to help protect small businesses and the owners that run them, offering customizable coverages to salons, accounting firms, tradespeople, and more. Learn more at progressivecommercial.com.
Welcome to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We are live at the Boston Public Library and streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Just outside of our windows here is the finish line of the Boston Marathon, which is coming at you on Monday. We will be live on Monday, by the way, should you want to listen to the radio during the race. But it's a busy day here, and the excitement is going to build through the weekend, and we are thrilled to be here with you at the library as part of it. We're going to start our day off today with something we call Bad Fibs. This is our spin on a popular word game of a similar name where we take real-life stories from the news this week and, with the help of our audience right here at the Boston Public Library, transform each from a factual report into a bad fib. Patti Daniels from GBH News, who has had a range of titles for us for this show, but foremost has been our steady hand through the launch this winter. She is here to help guide us through the madness and bring a little reality to the madness.
Great to be with you, Edgar. Always happy to give you a reality check.
Thank you to you, Patti. And we've got our first victims, I should say participants, not victims, here at the mic. Sue from Scituate and Anne from Providence. Welcome to the Curiosity Desk.
Thank you.
Let's hear it for them. Yes, indeed. All right, we're going to ask Sue and Ann to give us a series of words, and then we're going to plug those into a news story. So I want, if you could start me off, can you give me a location?
Watch Hill.
Watch Hill. Where's Watch Hill?
Rhode Island.
Okay, Watch Hill in Rhode Island, she says to me as if, how dare I not know? Sorry about that. Ann from Providence. So location, can I get a thing?
Hammer.
Hammer. That's pretty nice. Can I get a plural noun?
Swifties.
Swifty. Are you a Swiftie yourself? Ish.
Yeah.
Well, she's a Rhode Islander now, right? Isn't that that's the case, right? So, okay. Can I get a verb, please?
Sail.
Sail. Okay, a couple more. I need a plural noun.
Carousels.
Carousels, plural. Very nice plural there. How about an adjective?
Quaint.
Quaint. Very New England of you. It's a very New England choice. And one more adjective, if you could.
Secretive.
Secretive. Oh, very nicely done. Let's hear it for them. That's Sue from Scituate and Anne from Providence. All right, we're going to read out the story with their help. Here we go right now. This is our mad fib, our bad fib. The neighborhood that we are in right now, also known as Watch Hill, will be filled with around 30,000 hammers on Monday. That's because Swifties all over the world sail the Boston Marathon. Businesses hope to rake in cash by selling carousels to runner. Now, there's no limit to who can sell carousels at the official expo, but quaint shops get around those rules. There isn't enough space for them either, however. Already, marathon businesses in Watch Hill have a secretive competition to find temporary space. Nicely done, ladies. Thank you again. All right, I'm going to turn to Patti Daniels, who's going to help us out to understand what the actual story here is.
Close.
What is this story really about?
Close, but so far. The actual story was reported by the Boston Business Journal. You can read it on their website. The Marathon Expo is just a few blocks up the road from where we are right now on Boylston Street. And it's a place where runners pick up their bibs, but also where vendors can sell merchandise and gear and products to runners. But it's pretty restricted who's allowed to actually sell at the expo. So to get around that, there's all kinds of small businesses who cater to runners who are trying to organize pop-up shops all around Newbury Street, Boylston Street, all through Back Bay.
So when we say pop-up shop, what are we talking about?
Yeah, it makes it sound like a casual venture,
yeah,
right?
Like somebody's got like a sort of trunk and they just kind of open up the trunk and pop a thing
Not
up.
quite
and
like
here
that.
you go. Get your marathon stuff. Yeah.
Right. Biz Journal talked with a lot of folks who have been trying really hard to figure out how to find space, how to pay for space. One vendor basically organized a couple of small sellers together to rent a spot for $15,000.
$15,000?
Yeah, right,
Wow.
Right?
Okay.
So it's worth it because, as you said, 30,000 runners are going to be here. 500,000 spectators are attracted to the Boston Marathon.
Wow, is it really that high? 500,000 people watching
so
the
that's
marathon.
like,
That's
that is
incredible.
a target niche audience for these sellers. By the way, while we're talking about the marathon.
Go on.
GBH is your home for marathon news. You'll want to be listening all through Morning Edition. We're going to have an FAQ. Everything you need to know about the marathon is live on our website. You can follow our live blog all day long. By the afternoon.
Yeah, say around 1 o'clock.
Maybe
if you're
1
looking
o'clock?
for something to listen to or watch, GBH stream on YouTube or 89.7. We are going to be live on the air on Monday. Nice plug. Thank you for that, Patti.
welcome.
Really appreciate it. All right, let's get on to our second bad fib. This is bad fib number 2. And right now we've got Deja, right? Deja from Boston. Deja, welcome to the Curiosity Desk. Thank you for stepping up to the mic. We really appreciate it. All right, we're going to get a couple of words for you. If you could, can you give me an animal, please?
A tiger.
A tiger. I like it. How about a website?
Facebook.com.
Facebook. Let's just go with Facebook. Facebook.com. No, you gave us the whole one. That's great if you wanted to go there. Perfect. How about a length of time? Any old length of time.
30 minutes.
30 minutes. How about a famous person?
Freddie Mercury.
Freddie Mercury. Are you a Queen fan?
I am.
Really?
I love Queen.
What do you love about them?
They were just themselves, especially Freddie Mercury, in a time where it probably wasn't the best to be yourself. And I really think he would have loved Instagram.
Amazing. Yeah, I think that's true. I thought you were going to say he would really love the Curiosity Desk, which we hope he would have as well.
that too.
Yeah, exactly. All right, how about I need 2 verbs from you, 2 different verbs.
Run and scream.
Run and scream, which a lot of people are going to be doing on Monday, I think.
Valid.
And then how about 2 adjectives?
Happy and sad.
Happy and sad. I see what you did there. A little yin, a little yang. Very nice. And one last word from you, if you could, for us. A government agency.
Probably 3 letters none of us want to hear. The IRS.
IRS. Very much in the news this week, to be
Yes.
sure. Did you get your taxes in on time,
I
Deja?
did. I hope you did.
Let's hear it for Deja getting her taxes in on time, everybody.
Thank
for
you. That
help
was a
here.
big accomplishment for me.
Excellent stuff. All right, we're going to read a news story with the help of Deja's words right here. And this is coming at you right now. A Bridgewater tiger that went on the run last fall has gone viral on Facebook once again after making an appearance in town. The tiger first showed up 30 minutes ago, according to Freddie Mercury. In October, we were running her around trying to scream her, but she's just too happy and sad. The IRS has set up a trap in a resident's backyard. While the tiger has made an appearance in the backyard, she has yet to take the bait. All right, Deja, do you have a guess for us about what the real story here is? Do you think it's about a tiger and the IRS trying to capture it? Which sounds like a metaphor.
These days, who knows? It probably is.
So Deja thinks she might have hit on a real story. Patty, what do you got for us? What is the real story
The
here?
real story, the actual animal we're talking about is a pig, not a tiger, and the agency keeping track of things is animal control.
So this is but this is happening in Bridgewater, for real.
It sure is, yeah. So this appears to be a pig with a roving and rambunctious heart. I'm anthropomorphizing a little bit because I love animal stories. But this pig was first noticed last fall on Main Street.
Last fall?
Yeah, in Bridgewater. And people in town say it's been on the run all winter long.
No kidding.
Yeah, and apparently not doing too badly. So the animal control officer that the Boston Globe talked to in reporting the story, his name is Jacob Gannon, not Freddie Mercury, sadly. That really would have been a better story.
I love the idea of Freddie Mercury at animal control, though.
He described the pig not as happy and sad, but as fast and strong. And his guess is that she has dug a hole or has been digging many holes to survive the winter weather and also to escape coyotes, which would be a predator in the area.
Yeah, no kidding. Wow.
Yeah.
So the pig's doing pretty good.
Pretty good. People in town say she seems friendly. She's got more of a flight rather than a fight response. I'm interested to see if spring weather maybe encourages her to take the bait or it just gives her more food sources to choose from out around Bridgewater.
You cannot contain this pig. As they say, you can't keep Babe in a corner.
No. No, you cannot, Johnny.
You cannot. You cannot. All right.
Fun fact for you, Edgar.
Yeah,
I know
ahead.
you love a fun fact.
We love fun facts here on the
USDA
Curiosity
Census
Desk.
of Agriculture is done every 5 years. The most recent census in 2022 tells us that there were 7,200 pigs and hogs in Massachusetts.
7,200 pigs and hogs in Massachusetts. That is far more than I would think there would be, but there you go. 7,200 pigs in Massachusetts. Thank you so much. We've got one more bad fib for you here, and we've got one more, two more people here from the audience who are going to help us out. We've got Jules from Boston and Carolyn from Cambridge. Let's hear it for them, please. Thank you, thank you. Are we ready, ladies? All right, we got a nod here. I'm going to ask you, can you provide me with a number? Each of you provide me with a number.
18.
18?
And 360.
I'm sorry, 360? Does that have significance for you in some way, or is that's just the number that came to mind?
Full circle.
Ah, full circle. I like it. Okay. How about a famous person, not Freddie Mercury, because he's been used already?
Patti Smith.
Patti Smith. Ooh, nice choice. Patti Smith. I like it. How about a mode of transportation?
Sailboat.
Sailboat, classic mode of transportation, trying to get from here to there. And one last thing, if you could for me, can we get a public place?
The library.
The library, that's a nice choice for those of you down here at the library. Let's hear it for these two ladies providing us with some words for our bad fib. And here we go. We are coming your way. You know the famous revolutionary phrase, 18 if by land, 360 if by sea. That's how Patti Smith told people in Concord how the British were on the move, but Patti Smith was not out there alone. William Dawes also took a sailboat to warn people, but Patti Smith got there first, and he got captured. Historians debate why Dawes didn't get more credit, but he did get one thing, a library in Harvard Square. Thank you, ladies. That was pretty fun. And Patti, you have done such a nice job reining us in on our bad fibs and telling us the real story. But right now, we have got somebody else who I'm going to turn to for this particular fib, and that is my colleague and yours, GBH digital producer, Renuka Balakrishnan, who has reported this story for us this week. Renuka, welcome to the Curiosity Desk.
Thank you.
All right, so give us the goods on this actual story here. Patti Smith was not around at that time. So tell us this story that you reported.
Yeah, so I actually think everything in the actual story is like less climactic than what our version is, unfortunately. So it was the saying, 1 if by land, 2 if by sea, which I think is pretty famous.
Do we all know this one? 1 if by land, 2 if by sea? Yeah, we're getting a lot of nods here in the library. It's a smart crew here.
Yeah, and we usually attribute that saying not to Patti Smith or Patti Daniels, which is where I thought that was going, but to Paul Revere.
Yeah, indeed.
And I think he'll probably thank you, and his descendants will thank you for keeping his name in this. But William Dawes was the other gentleman who was dispatched on the same journey. And they basically, the Patriots wanted an insurance policy to send 2 men out that night. And I forget what else was in our Mad Libs that I should correct, but
there was did he get a library named after him in Harvard Square?
Not even close. He got a bus stop, and so anyone who's waited for the 109 to Linden Square will know that bus stop. It's called Dawes Island, and in my month of research, that was all I could find of him in this city.
If you're watching us on the YouTube stream, if you're here at the library, we've got a picture of that bus stop that William Dawes got up on the screen. I mean, it's like Paul Revere gets immortalized in the American consciousness for all time, and William Dawes gets a bus stop.
And can I just say it's a low-effort bus stop?
Yeah, it is not one of the better bus stops I've seen.
In all fairness, if you were to zoom out of this photo, there's a plaque that he gets. So maybe this isn't telling the full story. And that's why I thought to do this. I was waiting for the bus one day. And I was
really? And that was the inspiration for the story?
Yeah.
No kidding.
And it turns out the story goes far beyond this bus stop. It took me to the Old North Church, which is where those original lanterns had been hung, where I met a lovely historian who was sort of able to explain the type of route they sent Dawes on. It was harder than the route they sent Revere on, and that's probably why he didn't get there in time. So he was pretty much doomed from the start. Then I had to go to the Revere house, obviously, and at the Revere house, that historian told me that people just loved Revere. He was super charismatic. He had a lot of friends. And so that was sort of why he was remembered a bit better. And I didn't feel like that was super fair, so I had to keep digging.
You're holding the candle for William Dawes. I really like it. So if you have one takeaway for folks, I mean, having reported this story out, we're in it, it's the 250th anniversary of America. A lot of people are thinking about that particular time period in American history. You kind of went on this little journey digging into the story a little bit deeper than maybe most people get a chance to. What advice do you have for those of us out here as we celebrate America 250?
I think the story of Dawes is obviously kind of a tragic one. He's this guy who the only thing we know about him is that he could have been famous, and he's not. And we just know him about this. We know this missed opportunity. That Dawes was another white man. This obviously happens a lot and with much higher stakes for people who aren't white men. And I think our newsroom has done a great job of actually looking into those stories that are a little bit more consequential. But one thing that really stood out to me was that the third historian I spoke to gave me a great answer. He said basically Revere was in the practice of writing down what he saw, and that testimony of what he did and what he saw was used to put together this history. And as a journalist, I think it's, if anything, made me a lot better about documenting what I see, because obviously one's greatest fear is that they will do this crazy journey and nobody will ever give them any credit for doing it. Yeah. So if you take anything away, I would say if you do something cool,
write it down.
Post it on Instagram.
The writing it down of 2026.
Yeah.
So that's all the time we've got. An enormous thank you to Patti Daniels and Renuka Balakrishnan for joining. After a quick break, we try to get a little comet sense, courtesy of astrophysicist Anjali Tripathi. You are listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. We are live at the Boston Public Library and streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News.
I'm Jared Bowen. Today on The Culture Show, our week in review. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame's latest class spans Britpop, hip-hop, and heavy metal, and welcomes in Oasis, Wu-Tang Clan, and Iron Maiden. Plus, Tucker Carlson is taking the culture wars into publishing, offering contracts to writers mainstream houses have avoided. And Hampshire College, the radical liberal arts school built to rethink higher education, is closing, despite a legacy that includes alumnus Ken Burns. We take on that and more today at 2 on 89.7 GBH.
Support for our programs comes from you.
And Windhorse Counseling, where they believe healing happens when it feels human. Their counselors support children and adults through a collaborative approach and through the employment of therapy dogs. More about their team at windhorsecounseling.net.
And the Boston Speakers Series announcing its upcoming season at Symphony Hall for 7 evenings, including Pete Buttigieg, former UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, historian Doris Kearns Goodwin, and former U.S. Ambassador to China Nicholas Burns. BostonSpeakers.org.
This is the Curiosity Desk on GBH 89.7. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. We are live at the Boston Public Library and streaming live at youtube.com/GBH News. Well, it's pretty easy to get caught up on all those little things clamoring for our attention here at home, but it's also nice to remind ourselves every once in a while that most of what is happening in the universe is happening off-planet and out there in the endless skies. To that end, it is once again time for our Stargazer's Guide, which for the purposes of today we might also call Comet Sense, and that will make sense in just a minute. Joining us via Zoom right now from Pasadena, California, is Anjali Tripathi. Anjali is an astrophysicist who has worked at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics, NASA, and served in multiple White House administrations. Anjali, it is wonderful to see you. Welcome back to the Curiosity Desk and to the Boston Public Library. You're on the big screens here.
Thanks for having me in for some comet relief.
Indeed, indeed. Before we get into what we're really going to talk about here today, I do want to talk a little bit about Artemis, which just happened and obviously captured the attention of millions of people here on the planet. In your world, kind of in the business, has there been as much excitement around what we just pulled off?
I think everybody the world over is super excited. I mean, you know, you've got people going further than humans have ever gotten before. But from a scientific perspective, it's also really cool what they've brought back, right? They took 70,000 pictures of the lunar surface. They saw some new craters, right? You might have heard that they named a couple, one after their ship, Integrity, and one after the commander's late wife, Carol. But what I think is actually really cool and got everyone in the control room sort of jumping up and down and squealing with joy were these little impact flashes that they saw on the moon when it was getting hit by these little meteoroids.
Yeah, so impact flash. So what is an impact flash exactly?
So if you were staring at the moon and for just like a split second, it's not even a second long, you see this bright flash. And it's because these little particles like the size of sand or smaller are actually crashing into the moon, which doesn't have an atmosphere. So whereas we see things burn up in our atmosphere, they just hit the surface and they've got all this energy, right? They're coming in about as fast as you could go from New York to LA in 2 minutes. So all that energy's got to turn into something. So of course it punches into the moon, but a little bit of that energy comes off as light.
And did you say it's as small as a piece of sand or smaller?
Yeah, it's
That's
really
incredible.
tiny. Our atmosphere is amazing.
So it's like
saves us
cosmic
from all
dust.
kinds of stuff.
It's just like a speck of dust, like just launching into the moon.
Yeah.
That is incredible stuff. That is really neat. So, you know, folks from Earth were kind of participating in the moon science to a certain extent. And it's like one of these, and we hear this word a lot. We talk about it on our show a lot, citizen science, like these citizen science projects. And citizen science has a long history in the world of astronomy and astrophysics and that as well. Is that right?
I'm so glad you mentioned that, Edgar. Right? It's actually really cool that people are always looking for impact flashes from Earth, but there was this citizen science campaign to try and get people to verify what they saw at the same time as Artemis, both by the Americans and also the Italian Space Agency was funding this. And April is actually Citizen Science Month.
Hey-o,
so
Poetry Month and Citizen Science Month.
The goal is to try and get 2.5 million acts of science done by anybody who's interested. So you can go on different websites. I love Zooinverse. It's like universe, but you replaced it with the zoo instead of you, or SciStarter.org, all of these places and agencies, of course, like NASA, that have projects that could be as simple as like go out and record the animals that you see, to, you know, have things compute gravitational waves on your computer at home with the project that's been going on for many decades called Einstein at Home. So I encourage you, whether you have a telescope and can look at the moon and just stare and stare and stare and hope for a little flash, or something else, to get involved, because it's pretty cool that we can all get involved in this.
You listen to the Curiosity Desk on GBH. We're speaking with astrophysicist Anjali Tripathi about all the kinds of things you can watch with a telescope before the month is through, our Stargazer's Guide. Back to the meteorites, I guess, specks of dust or meteoroids, meteorites hitting the moon. There's going to be more. We got more coming down the pike, maybe stuff for us to see.
Yeah, so meteorites are when it lands on Earth, and hopefully not through your roof, although I think some folks in Cleveland had some problems about a month ago. Meteoroids are when it's sort of out in space still. And so we are at this perfect time that on like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week, we're going to be at the peak of the Lyrid meteor shower. And so what this means is that, you know, if you go out and you look up, you might be able to see shooting stars, these like fireballs that are little bits of sand and dust entering the atmosphere. So rather than starting little fires of light here on Earth, they blow up into the atmosphere. Not blow up, but they burn up. And so this is what we see, and it's all left over from comets, which are pretty cool.
It's left over from comets. How so?
Yeah. So the Lyrid meteor shower, which happens like every year, April 21st, and the reason it happens every year is that comets, which are sort of whizzing throughout the solar system and even actually from interstellar space, they're made up of ice and dust, right? So it's sort of like a dirty snowball. So you've got some stuff stuck in it. And when that dirty snowball goes by the sun, it gets hot. And so that heat melts some of it, and it ends up blowing off into this characteristic tail that you see. And comet, actually, fun fact, means long-haired star to the Greeks, right?
Wait, it means long-haired star?
Yeah, so a comet is
so
like
cool.
the OG mullet, right? It's a business in the front, party in the back, with the hair or that tail streaming away from the sun.
Yeah.
And so as it, goes past the sun, some of that ice in it melts, and you're left with that dust that it goes through. And so the meteor shower is us passing through the trail of that former comet, where those little bits sometimes enter our atmosphere and we can see them. So the shower this month, and it's the first one we have since January, is left over from a comet that we know came by in 1861 called Comet Thatcher.
That's super cool. It's super cool that we can kind of figure out exactly like when it sort of happened. Can we see actual like primary comets? Like, you talk about the meteor shower as being, kind of the remnants, but can we see comets before they leave remnants?
Absolutely. And the reason that comets get so much play in fiction and over history is that they're so bright when they're near us. You can actually see them. So this month, it's maybe going to be hard to see it with the naked eye, but you can try. There's a comet called C2025 R3 Pan-STARRS.
Great
I know
name.
is an one. We can talk about how comets get named. I promise it makes sense. It's about sort of how they were discovered and when. But this one is going to pass closest to the sun on April 19th and 20th. And so it's going to be kind of nearby and pretty bright. So if you wake up early, it's best just around dawn in the morning, just before it gets light, maybe 90 minutes before sunrise. You might be able to see it by eye, but certainly with binoculars or a telescope, you can see that. And when you look at a comet, you should be able to see that bright center or nucleus with that tail streaming off. And I was really hoping, Edgar, to be able to tell you about another comet that was going to be an even better show, but it's 2026 and it just couldn't take the heat. So it actually disintegrated the day after the last time I was here. So on April 4th, it passed by the sun, and then it just was no more.
It's just done?
A comet is a lot of ice, and so there is a little bit of material left, but if you actually look at the pictures, you can see that there's this thing with the tail going, and then when it comes out the other side of the sun, it's just a blob that's really diffuse.
Wow.
So it's a tough life being a comet.
Do we worry about like comets crashing into Earth? I mean, things we talked on this show recently about, the idea of asteroids potentially crashing into Earth. Comets obviously different than asteroids, as you're explaining to us. But do we have to keep track of them? Do we worry that one's going to come hurling toward us at some time in the near future or the distant future?
Did you ever see or hear that movie Deep Impact, Edgar?
Yes, of course.
Right? So Deep Impact is all predicated on a comet comes and, wreaks havoc on Earth if we don't save it.
Is that possible?
Comets could wreak havoc. The only difference between comets and asteroids is sort of what they're made of. And so since comets are icier, you see them behaving differently towards the sun, whereas asteroids are these heavier balls of like metal and stone. So that said, you shouldn't worry about the comets crashing to Earth. We do keep track of them. We're finding new ones all the time because, of course, it's easiest to see a comet with its tail when it's near the sun. And so lots of telescopes in space and stuff can see that. I will say, you might appreciate this, Edgar. There's actually a prize called the Edgar Wilson Award for people who identify comets every year. It's actually given out by our friends down the road at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics. So the 2025 award winners will be released sometime soon. But if you discover a comet this year, you could win that award.
Edgar could win an Edgar Award. That's a new. You have just given me a new life goal.
I mean, you can accomplish anything you set your mind to, Edgar. So I'm pretty excited for you.
But, I appreciate that. I appreciate.
You don't need to worry about the comet crashing into Earth. We're keeping a good eyes on it.
Besides like observing comets and sort of understanding them, discovering them, what if anything can we do with them or with the knowledge?
So, you can think about famous comets like Halley's Comet, Hale-Bopp. I still remember as a little kid seeing Shoemaker Levy 9 crashing into Jupiter, which was pretty cool because, again, comets break up and they hit things. So it hit Jupiter, hasn't hit us. But if I were a comet, I would actually be scared of us because we have actually sent spacecraft that have landed onto a comet.
We have?
We have. So actually, like I mentioned, the movie Deep Impact, on July 4th in 2005, the Deep Impact mission actually sent this impactor, right? So the spacecraft had part of it blast into this comet Tempel 1, and then the rest of the spacecraft actually took pictures of it to see what happened and to understand what was going on. And so that was one way to try and see what's going on inside the comet, because we're super curious about all of this ice and dust that's, as old, if not older, than the solar system itself, because that same material went into forming the planets. And if you want to see what's going on, you want to kind of dig around inside. And so we've sent a whole bunch of missions, right? We've brought back pieces of comets to Earth, which is pretty cool. And then we've even had, other ones that sort of bounce around on the surface of comets. So there's a lot going on there to study. So again, if I was the comet, I'd be afraid of us crashing into it, not the other way around.
You're listening to the Curiosity Desk on GBH. We're speaking with astrophysicist Anjali Tripathi about comets and meteor showers that you can watch with a telescope before this month is through. Do these comets, what's the craziest comets that are out there? You know what I mean? Like, what's the edge case when it comes to comets?
Okay, so, there are, like I said, ones that break up, but one of the crazy things that we found in the last decade or so is comets that came from outside the solar system. We call these interstellar comets, and so we think that if you look at where it is in the sky and how fast it's moving, that it couldn't have come from the solar system. So these are actually interstellar visitors. So
and that's super rare, right? I think a lot of people, even if they're like slightly interested in space, right? You hear these terms like galaxy, universe, interstellar, and they all kind of mash up in your head. But like interstellar, like the idea that this is coming from outside of the solar system, that's pretty rare, right?
It is, and it's got people thinking of all kinds of theories, right? For example, famously, Avi Loeb up at Harvard said maybe, this isn't a comet of interstellar origin. Maybe it's an alien spaceship.
Yeah.
Because if you look at the shape of this comet, it's actually kind of long and pointy like a cigar. It's not just a perfect
And as we
ball.
all know, alien spaceships are going to be shaped like cigars. Gotta be.
I can't comment on that. So I think there's all kinds of really cool things that we're finding, and we use all kinds of telescopes both on Earth and in space. The James Webb Space Telescope has actually been helping us identify one of the most recent interstellar comets, 3I Atlas, which you might have heard about last year, to see where did it come from, what's it made of. And even good old Hubble, that space telescope, it's turning 36 years old since it was launched.
Yeah, that's
next
amazing.
Friday.
Do you think folks understand how big of a deal the Hubble telescope has been in terms of just the average person's ability to connect with space? When we think about the images that has brought down to us here on Earth, and how many of the things that we look at, if we Google, we want to see something in space, you get a great image of it. Hubble was a pretty big deal, did a lot of that.
Hubble is one of these original great observatories that NASA sent up, right? They had ones that looked in all different parts of the wavelength. And so even though I mentioned the James Webb Space Telescope, the James Webb actually looks in infrared light, whereas the Hubble looks in, and James Webb has all kinds of amazing optics, but Hubble can actually look in the ultraviolet, in the visible light. And so to this day, like, I'm actually really grateful for Hubble looking in the UV, because we've been able to see things like exoplanets, right? Planets around other stars that are actually evaporating into space, which you couldn't see if you didn't have that UV capability. So there's all kinds of really cool things we can do. And I think that every time you see a pretty picture, you sort of take Hubble for granted. But I'm really grateful that we have a way to get above the crappy weather here on Earth and see in the stars more clearly.
Very cool. Well, happy birthday to Hubble. As you mentioned, it's Citizen Science Month, and that's not all of the celebrating that we have in the coming days and weeks, right?
This is a great month to celebrate the planets in the universe. Of course, we've got Earth Day coming up on the 22nd.
Yeah.
And, Earth is my favorite planet. And, fun fact, it's the most studied planet by NASA. It's not actually Mars, because we have lots of spacecraft looking down at the oceans, atmospheres, plants, everything from space. So space is a great way to see Earth. But of course, for everybody here on Earth who wants to look up, on April 25th is Astronomy Day, which was a day started by a guy in California in 1973 to celebrate the fact that we should look up. And so this next week is actually Massachusetts Space Week. And so I think there are lots of opportunities to get out and look up at the sky and have some fun. I think there's trivia and all kinds of things going on.
Yeah, all kinds of stuff going on in town here. So do me a favor. I mean, if somebody studies this stuff, as you said, it's Massachusetts Space Week next week. So this is a good time to look up. Give us a little bit inspiration. Give us a reason to get out there on a nice night or whatever it is and look up at the stars. Why should I do it?
I mean, I think you should make it a goal to try and find something and see it that you haven't seen before, right? So if you haven't seen a comet or a meteor shower, see if you can actually do that. See if you can identify a constellation. Like maybe you can actually find Vega, that bright star, or see Leo, the lion. Because it's one of these things that I didn't grow up knowing where everything in the sky was. And every time where I can find myself and say, hey, there's the Big Dipper, and that's Arcturus and Spica, and you kind of get a sense of where you are, it's pretty cool because it makes you a little more connected to the universe. And you have some sense of, knowing where you are in this crazy mixed up world. So I hope you'll go out and see anything up there in our beautiful skies, including maybe our long-haired star friends.
All right. We've been speaking with Anjali Tripathi, an astrophysicist who's worked at the Harvard-Smithsonian Center for Astrophysics, NASA, and served in several White House administrations. Anjali, thanks again for being with us here on the Curiosity Desk.
Thanks for having me, Edgar.
Stay with us. Just ahead, it's going to get crazy in here at the Boston Public Library, and we hope you will enjoy. This is the Curiosity Desk. I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Don't go anywhere.
Learn something new.
I want to start with how crowds of people can act like fluids.
Yes.
What?
I mean, this is physics, so I love it.
Make a connection.
I have no idea who they voted for. I don't care. This tailgate in particular, everybody's welcome.
Dig a bit deeper.
We're often looking for a small secular liturgy for our lives, and poetry can provide that sometimes.
Stay curious with All Things Considered from NPR News.
This afternoon at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Support for GBH comes from you.
And Discovery Museum in Acton, inspiring learning through hands-on science, nature, and play. Celebrating and connecting with nature for Earth Week, April 18th through 26th. DiscoveryActon.org.
And White Flower Farm, offering home gardeners a wide selection of plants, tools, and supplies for the growing season ahead. More at whiteflowerfarm.com.
We are live at the Boston Public Library. Got a great grand finale for you here on our second ever library show. Next Friday, April 24th, Arlington's Regent Theater hosts a very special event, the 110th anniversary Vaudevillian variety show as a nod to the theater's origins. This event includes a screening of the classic silent comedy Safety Last, that's Harold Lloyd, with live music accompaniment. But for the variety portion, they've got a proper smorgasbord of performers. The world's fastest hula hooper, a dancer and former America's Got Talent contestant, Snap Boogie. And they've also got a performer who was kind enough to join us today. In another Curiosity Desk first, Alex Feldman, a.k.a. Alex the Jester. We're also going to talk with Leland Stein, Director of Programming for the Regent. But in all fairness, you've been patient as I'm reading this. Ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome Alex the Jester.
Grazie. Ecco un po' di guarda da Edgar. Bohu.
For folks who are listening at home, Alex has a very large recorder in his left hand and has now pulled out a very large, smaller recorder in his right hand. Applause here at the library, and Alex is... Oh, he wants to do more. He is now pulling out a third recorder. He is struggling to get 3 recorders into his mouth, and now stretching his mouth. Alex has now put a few balls in his mouth. I believe they're ping pong balls, but I cannot be sure. Checking in a mirror, this all appears to be in service of stretching his mouth out to fit multiple recorders into his mouth. Alex, I'd ask you a question, but I don't think you can talk with a mouth that full right now. Alex is struggling once again to get 2 recorders into his mouth, which he did with and now an eyeball emerging from his mouth. He has apparently popped the eyeball back into his eye and is once again going to try 3 recorders at once. That is the sound of one man playing 3 different recorders in harmony at the same time. Applause here at the library for Alex, who is now opening his jacket, and this appears to be a 4th recorder. It's just a whistle, not a 4th recorder, just a single whistle. So, and some sort of pink champagne-looking thing which he is balancing a recorder on. So Alex now has a whistle in his mouth and the pointy end of a recorder balancing a glass of champagne on top of it and somehow pulling it off. He's now adjusting, continuing to balance. And now he's pulled out a recorder. Alex right now is going to try to play a recorder while balancing a glass of champagne on top of a recorder on top of a whistle. And he is somehow pulling it off. And he was somehow able to bring the champagne glass into his hand. Alex the Jester, everybody! Come on over, Alex. Come on over, Alex. All right. All right, we got a little sound issue going on here right now. We've also like to welcome Leland Stein, Director of Programming for the Regent. Leland, what are you going to be doing on the show to top Alex?
Well, I'm going to be producing and presenting it and welcoming a big crowd on next Friday, the 24th. And excited to be doing at the Regent Theater basically what we were doing 110 years ago and bringing it up to the modern era.
Well, we'll talk a little bit more about that in a second. Alex, can you tell me, like, how did you do that? Can you let us in on a secret? Like, how did you learn how to do what you just did here, which is a very specific skill? It's impressive, but specific. You went to school for it, I see.
Circuit, which is being revived.
Yeah. So, I mean, is that fair to say that the vaudeville circuit is being revived?
Well, we're like little armies trying to do it. Economics makes it tough to have that many acts, but for special occasions, like when you have a 110th birthday,
yeah,
we pull out all the stops. And I was at a vaudeville show last night by Sawdust in Salem, and Kaboom's going on in Harvard Square. So I think there's a little bit of a renaissance because there's something about seeing these amazing skills right up front, and the artists often like to interact with you.
How have the skills been kept alive? I mean, we sort of think about vaudeville as something that went away a long time ago, and as you point out, there are people who can still do these kinds of acts. Like, how has it been kept alive?
It went to nightclubs. It started repeating around in the 60s and 70s, and then kind of the do-it-yourself hippies and free spirits started reviving some of the skills like juggling. Magic never completely died. And then there was a new vaudeville movement. It went on in the 80s, and you have like the Karamazov brothers, Penn and Teller, Avner, the eccentric, and they helped get it going. But one thing we need, Edgar, is a word that excites people and gives them a sense of what we do, because we're a new vaudeville. We're also, we call some variety. I'll use whatever word will help us sell tickets.
Do you have an idea for what that word could be?
I've tried.
Spectacle?
Spectacle. Things you won't see live anywhere.
Extravaganza. Spectacular.
Leland, can you tell us a little bit about the history of the Regent Theater and why this sort of, vaudeville show for the 110th anniversary makes sense for your theater?
Well, back in 1916, it was E.M. Lowe's Theater, a silent movie house, and a vaudeville theater. So back in that day, they had magicians and singers and physical comedians and the things that we're still doing today, a real diverse variety show. And the thing is, today, people have a lot more opportunities for entertainment at home on their screens. But what you can experience in a theater, you can experience at home on your laptop or on your big screen in your living room.
True. And the modern vaudeville is where it's changed from the old vaudeville is with all that competition for your eyeballs or your attention.
Yeah.
It's way more interactive. People pull audience members out of the crowd. They might go into the crowd.
Yeah.
It's more interactive than it used to be.
That's really interesting. So what can we expect from this particular show besides Alex? You're going to be performing, but what other kinds of performers are we going to see in this 110th anniversary vaudeville show?
We've got Saidi Sultan doing some belly dancing. We've got Peter Mack as Judy Garland. We've got a great singer-songwriter guitarist who's also a humorist, very, very funny. Vance Gilbert will be on the show. We've got the world's fastest hula hooper.
Yeah, so wait, where did you find the world's fastest hula hooper?
This guy, Alex.
They're just
She's Little L. Well, I also produce a vaudeville/variety show in Harvard Square called Kaboom, and she is a favorite there. She can just get the crowd going fast, and it's hard to do that, to just get them ignited. And she's got a hell of a surprise. You wait till you see her.
And Snap Boogie, who people may have seen at halftime at Celtics games. He's a street dancer, popper, tap dancer, break dancer, and he'll be igniting the stage as well.
The first street dancer to work half times for NBA shows.
Really?
Based right here in Boston.
Wow, hey, that's an achievement right there. We're speaking with Alex Feldman, a.k.a. Alex the Jester, and Leland Stein from the Regent Theater ahead of their 110th anniversary vaudevillian variety show. For info and tickets, by the way, regenttheater.com. That's theater with an R-E. That's how you know it's been around for a long time. They still do theater with the R-E. Alex, in all honesty, what was your entry into this world? Was it you're a unicycle guy, right? Was that your start?
That was sort of like the gateway drug.
Yeah.
And I did some shows with that. I started, very humbly with any gig I could get, and then it's kept morphing and morphing, and it's not done yet. I'm a work in progress still, but it went from unicycling and juggling. Then I got really into, well, if I didn't drop out of college, I was into anthropology, and so all my life I've been curious. What forms of humor transcend language and transcend generation?
Interesting.
Can cut through it. And so I feel like I'm doing anthropology because I've worked in many, many countries. I just was getting a good enough gig I could bring my wife to Shanghai, and I was just like that. And super Edgar Comet.
Recently, I think it was this winter, it's funny because I think you're talking about this idea of a certain amount of timelessness in the kind of stuff that you do. And yet I don't even know if it was your act got sort of caught up in something that we think of as very modern technology, which is AI, that's led to this whole article in the Globe wherein you were shoveling snow in your driveway on a unicycle. You post this online, and somebody at the Globe sees this and says, I think this is AI. This can't be real. There's not a person in a unicycle.
Because it wasn't just me. There was three of them.
So tell the story. What happened?
Well, Desi and AJ, our sons, also are good unicyclists. In fact, they're better.
Well, it's in the blood.
I guess, sure. My wife was also a hula dancer. And they accompanied me on this little fun challenge to shovel the driveway, and we posted it. And I didn't expect it to I think there was a Globe story that went to NPR, and now I don't think my boys are quite so embarrassed by the crazy dad.
That's good stuff. Aside from the 110th anniversary vaudevillian variety show, which sounds super cool, what goes on at the Regent Theater? What's a more typical event at the Regent Theater?
Well, I often say our niche is that we have no niche. So what's
That's
typical
cool.
is a little difficult to say. But, for example, next week for school vacation week, we have some sing-along movies, which we're calling Oz Through the Ages. So
nice.
It's the sing-along Wizard of Oz, the sing-along Wicked with some live characters to interact. So we're all about stuff that's interacting. And then the night after our show, we have Roger McGuinn, who's a legendary singer from the Byrds.
Yeah, no kidding.
And it goes on from there. We have you had space was a subject of your show today. We've got a new documentary called Space Woman about Eileen Collins, one of the first women in space, and she'll be there for a Q&A next Wednesday, the 22nd. So there's a couple of
little
things
of
to
everything.
touch upon.
Do you find that to a certain extent, in an era right now where it feels like everybody's struggling a little bit, like movie theaters, like straight ahead movie theaters are certainly struggling. I think theaters that kind of do one thing are certainly struggling to a certain extent. The idea that your brand is that you have no one thing. Do you see that as a little bit of an advantage?
It really is. It really is. And it's kind of over time. I don't think it was really planned, but our programming sort of just moved into that as a theme and as a mission for the Regent Theater. And I'm glad we're still able to do that under new ownership and into the 22nd century now.
They're independent.
Go ahead,
They're independent,
Independent.
So they can do things without AI telling them how they should program.
To be independent in 2026 means you
most
are not
theaters
run
are
by
part
AI.
of large corporate structures,
Indeed,
not the
indeed.
Regent Theater.
All right, well, thank you both. We've been speaking with Alex Feldman, a.k.a. Alex the Jester, and Leland Stein from the Regent Theater ahead of their 110th anniversary vaudevillian variety show. For tickets and info, go to Regent Theater with an RE.com. That's regenttheater.com. We are joined up here now by a man who knows from theater, Mr. Jared Bowen of The Culture Show. Hey, Jared.
Good to see you. Great to be back here at the library.
Let's hear it for Jared, folks. Yeah, here you are. Today, what do you got? Week in Review.
Yeah, it's our Week in Review show. We're going to be talking about the closure of Hampshire College and what this means for the humanities and arts going forward. On a much lighter note, we'll talk about the 2026 class of inductees to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Awesome.
As you well know, we always pick our favorites from the nominees this
I'm excited to see who everybody picked.
Exactly, so am I. And then the Brady House from the Brady Bunch has recently been renovated, and for the first time ever, the public can get access to the Brady Bunch house. But we'll talk about how the wider aspect of this, too, is how many people think it's their home outside of the home they grew up in.
Yeah, indeed. Well, that is Jared Bowen and The Culture Show coming your way live from the Boston Public Library. So if you're here, don't go anywhere. That's a great hour coming your way. If you're on the radio, it's about 2 minutes from now. They're going to be off and running. Jared Bowen and The Culture Show. Don't miss it. As for us, that about does it. For now, the Curiosity Desk is produced by Aidan Connolly, Rachel Armani, Olivia Corcio, Hannah Lawson, Nicole Garcia. Patti Daniels is our jack of all trades, jester of none. Our engineer is John the Claw Parker. Special thanks to Andrew Massawa. Our BPL crew is Maddie Geyer, Bill Francis, Sandra Lopez-Burke, Juan Jose Cadena. Thank you all. Thanks to our hosts at the Newsfeed Cafe, the fabulous team at the Lenox Hotel across the street, and to every one of you who came out to see us here at the Boston Public Library today. Join us again next week. And hey, if you're not here, why don't you come next week? We will be right back here Monday, as we said, during the marathon and streaming live on YouTube and on 89.7. If you can't wait that long, we got a podcast version of the show you can check out. Until next time, I'm Edgar B. Herwick III. Stay curious out there.
What's trending? What's interesting? What's going on around town? We're talking all things arts and culture on The Culture Show. Next on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Revision Energy, a renewable energy company building and servicing solar, batteries, and air source heat pumps for local homes and businesses for over 20 years. Revision Energy. Revision your power. More at revisionenergy.com. Playing along at home with a new episode of High School Quiz Show is like trivia night, except you don't have to split the bill and you can sit on your own couch. Catch High School Quiz Show tomorrow at 6 on GBH2.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
Good afternoon. With the latest from the GBH Culture Show News Desk, I'm Henry Santoro. Concerned about the price of gas, groceries, and everything else in these tough economic times? Well, be thankful you're not Garrett Dutton. Garrett Dutton is the musician known as G Love in his band G Love and the Special Sauce, and he claims he's the victim of a very costly crypto scam to the tune of several $100,000. He wrote on his social media network this week that he lost his retirement fund in a hack when he was switching out an old computer for a new one. He says by accident he downloaded a malicious ledger app from the Apple Store, and in a matter of seconds he lost 5.9 Bitcoin, or $443,000.
Some of these days just can't seem to get out of bed.
G says he's been in the crypto game since 2017 and blames himself for not being more diligent. Gotta wonder if he'll mention it next Thursday, April 23rd, when he plays the Cape Cod Melody Tent. And don't look now, but the gay dating app Grindr, which caters heavily to the LGBTQ+ population, is getting in on the White House Correspondents Association dinner action. Several reputable sources say Grindr will be joining the crowded party scene ahead of the annual White House Correspondents Association dinner, which is happening Sunday, April 26th. Grindr is hosting its inaugural White House dinner weekend party the night before the main event. An invitation to the event promises to bring together policymakers, journalists, and LGBTQ community leaders as they toast the First Amendment. In addition to being a predominantly gay dating app, Grindr also lobbies heavily on behalf of HIV funding, privacy and online safety, and LGBTQ+ family rights. In a recent post on Truth Social, President Trump vowed to make the Correspondents' Dinner, quote, the greatest, hottest, most spectacular dinner of any kind ever. Yeah. That's this edition of the GBH Weekly Friday Afternoon Culture Cast. I'm Henry Santoro. Next up, The Culture Show with my friend and yours, Jared Bowen, live at the Boston Public Library.
I'm Jared Bowen. Coming up on The Culture Show, Hampshire College, the Amherst School founded as an unconventional answer to higher education's old rules, will close under the weight of declining enrollment and financial strain. For generations of students, including alumnus Ken Burns, it was a place for experimentation, rebellion, and ideas that rarely fit the mold. From there, Meta is going meta, creating an AI Mark Zuckerberg, a digital double built to mimic the CEO so that the boss can be available to his employees at a scale no actual CEO could match. Is this Leadership 2.0 or Surveillance 2.0? Plus, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame's new class is opening its doors to giants from Britpop, metal, and hip-hop, with Oasis, Iron Maiden, and Wu-Tang Clan all making the cut this year. Then, HGTV rebuilt TV's most famous split level, turning the Brady Bunch house from a sitcom set into a shag-carpeted nostalgia machine, one adored by a whole generation of latchkey kids who considered it a home of their own. And at the Museum of Fine Arts, Art in Bloom is blossoming into its 50th year. It's where master brushstrokes meet bouquets, transforming the museum's galleries into a full-blown floral fantasia. We take on that and more right now on our Week in Review.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Welcome to The Culture Show, live from the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. I'm Jared Bowen.
I'm Lisa Simmons.
And I'm James Sullivan.
Welcome to the show, James Sullivan. Great to have you here with us.
Thanks for having me.
We're going over the latest arts and culture headlines in our Week in Review, starting in Amherst, Massachusetts, and the imminent closure of Hampshire College, a small liberal arts college founded in 1970 and grounded in unconventional methods by encouraging experimentation and rebellion. Despite years of efforts to establish a firm financial footing, it's closing after the fall semester, done in by declining enrollment, high costs, and financial strain. Its legacy includes generations of iconoclastic thinkers, among them filmmaker Ken Burns, who calls the loss incalculable. Here he is on NPR's Morning Edition yesterday.
It's just astounding grief. It's just been funereal and appall, and I've reconnected with dozens of people. I think it's lovely the way you do at a funeral, but there's a great sadness. I do not recognize the person who entered in September of 71 and the person who came out in the spring of 75. It just rearranged all my molecules. And the Hampshire model of experimentation is so profound, and it was just as exhilarating an experience as I've had in my life.
Now, he's just one of many people, of course, who came through that school. Eugene Merman,
David Mamet, Julie Taymor,
Lupita Nyong'o, right. Gary Hirschberg, who went on to do Stonyfield Organic, all people who say that they learned their craft, they learned their way through the world through the very unconventional methods at Hampshire College. And this is concerning, I think, to many people because it's part of a trend where we've seen about 300 smaller higher ed schools close between 2008 and 2023. Hampshire College will be the latest among them. But the great concern here is about a liberal arts education and what emphasis we're placing on this, and what does it mean when we lose these bastions for unconventional thinkers who go on to shape our society.
I know. I mean, I think that's one of the biggest losses in something like Hampshire, who it really was. And it was an experiment, right? It was created as an experiment, student run. And I think a lot about like places like Brown and other places where it has that sort of like hands off feeling to it, where students really get to make their own decisions. But obviously they have $1 billion endowment or whatever. But I think it's even more than that. I think it's I don't know so much that it's a loss of liberal education. I think that a lot of that is getting married into different ways, and we know we've learned and and heard from big tech that's saying, we need people who have liberal arts educations. They're the humans. They're what brings humanity to AI, right? So I think that it's this sort of like reorganization and this shifting about what students now want. It's not just so much declining enrollment, it's actually declining demographics, right? And so now kids are trying to make decisions about coming out of college and where are they going to go. The job market means a lot to them now, I feel like. And you're at Emerson. You're a professor.
I teach
so
at
you
Emerson,
right.
which I'm sure a lot of you know is Jared's alma mater.
And mine.
There's a picture of Jared on the wall right outside my current classroom, but and yours, Lisa.
Yes.
Right? But so Hampshire, is a bit of a unicorn. I mean, they were,
right.
although there are lots of colleges, as Jared mentioned, that liberal arts colleges that have closed smaller colleges. Hampshire was one of one, essentially. I did a story for the Globe maybe a decade ago about a young woman who was a student there at the time who was trying to make a point about the housing crisis in America, and she got the college to let her bring a tiny house onto the campus, and she lived in it. And it was like in the most prominent spot on that hill at Hampshire College, and she would basically had an open house all day long, and curious folks would just come by and knock on the door and say, "Can I take a peek in here?" And she ended up, I think, working for the tiny house company. But anyway, so she got a good job. That place is totally unusual. And yes, again, I do teach at Emerson, and Emerson is unusual in its own way. Obviously, a communication school. I loved what Ken Burns said in this quote that we just heard. It rearranged all my molecules.
Yes.
And I think that the students who get the most bang for their buck at Emerson might say something similar. I hope that's true. Fingers crossed.
I certainly know. Lisa, you can probably say the same. It was my experience. But speaking of rearranging, we are in this moment where I think it's this existential moment about what does the future hold and what do you need to be able to bring into that future. And where Hampshire College, by their own admission, got kind of stuck is that they realized their prices were rising. In order to entice students, they were lowering their prices or trying to rush to give to financial aid, seemingly all the right things. But then they couldn't keep up with the money that was required for that. And Lisa, to your point about AI, I spoke with MassArt President Mary Grant yesterday. She was on the show for her regular monthly appearance, and she was talking about the value of a liberal arts education in the age of AI. Here's what she had to say.
The liberal arts plays such an essential role in turning out individuals who are creative thinkers or have cultural humility, who understand how to, immerse themselves in a different environment. Those trainings of philosophy, of humanities are essential to helping us to be fully functioning human beings in the world. Those are the kinds of educations that are going to be essential as we're opening up more opportunities through AI and the challenges and opportunities that will present. But the small schools, which mean so much to their communities, are really struggling.
I wonder what the future will look like when we look back at this moment and realize what we've done, because I think we will get to this moment, and we're about to spend the rest of this segment talking about the impact of AI on society and our jobs, when we realize the mechanism we were giving people to get into those jobs is going away.
Right, exactly. And I think we'll see that it's short-sighted. But I mean, the other thing about Hampshire is like they were in this place right in 2019 where they were like, oh my gosh, so they did all the sorts of things that they should have done. They merged in a way or partnered with UMass so that they could have their students do other things, and now they're just like we can't balance our books, and it's these small colleges like Mount Ida, Newberry College, Wheelock College, like a lot of these guys either had to merge or go away because they depended upon tuition. And not these huge endowments. So I'm hoping that these students find their place. I think they're closing in fall of 2026. I hope that people reach out and grab them in because those are some amazing kids.
But with the incredible rising cost of tuition in recent years at every college level, I think families and students in particular are very concerned about what am I getting for this?
The ROI.
What's the value exactly? And I think at a school like Emerson, maybe you might come to get into filmmaking and understand. Okay, I might be able to use the Emerson quote unquote the Emerson Mafia and get connections in Hollywood, but. At Hampshire, it's kind of nebulous. It's like, you're creating your own major. Like, it's pretty hard to probably justify how am I going to find a job doing that? And so families are understandably, it's a huge cost.
Well, I promised we would continue talking about AI, so we go from Hampshire College to a very different kind of experiment. San Francisco startup Andon Labs puts AI agents through real-world stress tests to see how they'll succeed. In its latest trial, the company leased a storefront and turned management over to an AI agent named Luna. Luna had access to a $100,000 budget and a mission to open the shop, which it did for better and for worse. The worst being its failure to staff the store with any human employees on opening day. But this is chilling. Like a lot of the stuff that we've been talking about, it's chilling, and I also think it's going to be the norm, where again they turned their management, this company, expecting that they weren't really wanting to open a store. They just wanted this experiment to see what would happen if we decided to put AI in charge. And in this case, AI hired the internet, they hired the security, they forgot to staff the store on the first day. If you go to the store in San Francisco, which is an actual store, to order something, you pick up an actual handset phone and talk to the AI agent who helps you process the order. But this is what we're looking forward to, I guess, in society.
I hope not. I mean, I understand that there are certain things, obviously, that AI can help you do, running, stats and doing data and doing all that stuff. But I think what it shows, and again, an experiment, is that we still need human systems, right? We still, we understand that AI can do certain things, but obviously when you create something and then no one shows up that day to work, I mean, yeah, it's a failure, but it's also like, maybe we need to still have that human touch. So, I mean, I think, and people are worried about retail and then jobs disappearing. I think you're just reshaping them, but I still think what it shows you is that you still need the human experience.
Of course. I don't want to sound like a Luddite at all, and I think Lisa's right. I think that, AI certainly has its applications if we use it properly as a tool to help us, achieve whatever we need to achieve in our jobs. But I don't know about you guys, but when I go to Stop and Shop and that, weird Lost in Space thing follows me down the aisle, it makes me not want to go to Stop and Shop. So, I just heard a segment, the AI thing is a huge topic of conversation at Emerson right now because it is a school of it's a creative community. And the students, there's a real pushback among 20-year-olds at the college level about the incorporation of AI in the classroom right now. But everything is headed in that direction. I mean, I just heard a segment about Allbirds, of all things, the shoe company, which is just saying, okay, our shoe sales are down, so we're just going to pivot and become an AI company.
A data company.
That makes no sense at all, right? But I guess the point was made during this segment that same thing happened during the .com era. There were in the 90s, there were companies that just said, okay, we're so-and-so.com now.
And then a lot of them went bust.
A lot of them went bust, exactly.
Because we go through these exchanges and we go through this modern industrial revolution. I have to say that we've been covering a lot of these stories on the Culture Show for the last 2 years since AI really came into the fore in society, and I don't see a world where this isn't the norm. Mm-hmm. Because I think, yes, maybe it forgets to staff the store on the first day, but they go in, they correct the algorithm, and that AI agent Luna will never make that mistake again.
Right.
And so I think that we're not answering all of the questions that are being posed here, which is to what end? So you create this AI agent where only 2 employees maybe at a time need to staff this store. The argument is, well, this opens up students to do other things in the world. Well, what? And what is going to bring money? Because ultimately you do need to earn an income to exist in this world, and those questions aren't being answered. We just keep driving forward all the way to take all the labor out of the market.
I mean, I think it is really interesting to look at, like, now they're trying to simulate training managers, right? So that this is an issue not just in retail, obviously, but it's an issue in, like, the middle management, right? There are these types of jobs that they can just train AI to do. Sure. And so I think that people are really, they are nervous. They're on the edge. And I don't know what the next iteration is for colleges to be training kids who have come out of traditional institutions about how they need to make sure that they're understanding how AI can work with them instead of against them.
That's right. There's a lot of discussion about that, as you can imagine, on campus right now and on campuses in general about, how to incorporate it into the classroom without terrifying the students that we're just, going along with this, ridiculous revolution in computing. to the extent that it'll cost them their future jobs.
Well, here's the other fear that I thought was really interesting. There was so much coverage in San Francisco about this. I read a lot of it this morning. And some people who were talking about this store in their neighborhood or working for the store spoke to reporters on the condition of anonymity because they feared retaliation from AI
From the bot?
who would record them because the bots are recording them already. That was a whole other component of this is a couple of employees were using their phone while they were in the store. AI had its cameras and changed the manual on the spot about when you could use your phone.
Oh, wow. So it really is more of a Big Brother thing in addition to a job, taking a job, right?
Yeah. Should I make it even worse now? Should I?
Yes, let's move into.
We have
let's
one more.
Move in. Yes.
So while all this is happening, Meta is also increasing its reliance on AI, including testing whether AI can co-run the corner office. It's reportedly building a digital avatar of Mark Zuckerberg that can advise any of its 70,000 employees across the company, essentially creating an executive doing everything, everywhere, all at once. I mean, we say reported, but by all accounts, this is Mark Zuckerberg having a lot to do with this because he's physically moved his office at Meta into the code writing department, so he's sitting there right among them because in his estimation as a CEO, he wants something that can boost morale among his employees so that they feel like they are talking to him, they feel like they are looking at him, because we know we have gotten to this point where you can largely make the voice sound like that of the person. You can make it look like the person. Then they can have these exchanges, and he really can be multiple places at once.
Do we know how many of the Meta employees are looking forward to this, and how many are not there? I'm sure they don't want to talk about it.
Well, if they want to kiss up to the boss, this is a good way to do it. Back to our other point, they know it's being recorded.
Well, that's the whole thing, right? Exactly. If you don't want to do it, I think this is it's very interesting because again, we're talking about CEOs and middle managers of big corporations. If this works, that has tremendous implications in all sorts of businesses, right? That you can actually, it is true that you want access to your boss or access to, I'm going to go to a town hall, and that you're going there because you're meeting someone in person and you have that touch, and that's really important. I'm not sure how I would feel about, it's almost Big Brother-ish, right? Where you're all in a room and a big voice comes down, and there he walks across the stage in a hologram, right? It's just not the same thing. And I think you're missing that one-on-one human interaction, again, with the same store. You still need that. There are ways in which you can, make sure that everyone's getting the same information, that you can talk about your, policies or your HR manual. But when it comes to actually giving that option to talk to the boss, in person, as we all know, I know what you're going to say. I think that I'm hoping we're not moving in that.
No, I was going to say
we're moving in that direction, but I hope people understand where the humanity comes into it.
Remember, we're talking about somebody who doesn't want the humanity in it necessarily, because he's the one who's also Zuckerberg is behind the metaverse, where we'll all have these digital avatars of ourselves running around this metaverse.
Right.
Or we'll all be walking around with headsets on, ignoring each other, and just living in that metaverse.
I feel like we're living there now.
Well,
we're wearing headsets because that's how radio works.
I mean, out in the world, people are in their headsets.
We all saw how it went, how Grok, the incident with Grok 6 months or so ago, right? When, Elon Musk's AI component, went dark and Nazi-ish. All I can think of is, the Zuckerberg, doppelganger going haywire in the Meta office.
It could very much happen.
Well, if people, the only concern is if people start to recognize this is the way to go. I mean, this is the one area where AI is democratic, because whether you're at the lower end of the working ladder or you're at the upper level of management and you get pushed out because they suddenly realize they don't need a CFO because they can just bring in Luna, who has learned how to budget the books for managing a store in San Francisco.
Right.
Then all these people are going to be forced out, and you see companies paying attention to this to see how they can trim the bottom line.
Right, because it's all about, for them, is going to be all about the bottom line.
All right, well,
Can we talk? What do we?
I promise we're going to get better in our next block. But before that, Tucker Carlson has found a new shelf for his brand of provocation. The former Fox host is launching Tucker Carlson Books, a new imprint with Skyhorse Publishing. It will publish authors, he says, mainstream publishing has excluded, no matter, he says, how controversial they are. He's already announced new titles by Russell Brand and Milo Yiannopoulos. So this is significant. And I think this is, to some degree, is a conversation that's a continuation of one we were having last week about free speech.
Yes.
And where free speech exists in our various societies. Last week we were talking more about the UK and how it was clamping down on Ye or Kanye for what he's espoused in the past, and therefore he shouldn't be allowed to headline this music festival, so Keir Starmer shut it down. And Tucker Carlson is making the argument that if you have mainstream authors who've been excluded from big publishing houses, he's going to give them a platform. The issue with Russell Brand and Milo Yiannopoulos, it's not so much what they said, but what they've done. In the case of Russell Brand, it's accusations of rape. In Milo Yiannopoulos' case, it's about a decade-old conversation in which he seemingly approved of pedophilia. In his case, it would be a book called Ex-Gay about his conversion back to being straight from being gay. I'm not necessarily sure about the content of Russell Brand's book. It presumably has something to do with his humor and his performance, but this is a platform that Tucker Carlson is affording.
Right. I mean, I think it's really interesting. I mean, I find Tucker Carlson very interesting. You know, he's the son of Dick Carlson, right, a journalist and a U.S. ambassador. He attended the St. George's School and Trinity College. He comes from this elite background, right? And so he's worked in mainstream media like CNN and MSNBC, Fox News. You know, so he is now using this to attack all of that, right? So he knows how to work between the elite and others. And so here now he has his own Tucker Carlson network, and that others are now creating, because they understand that, you know, editors no longer are making the decisions, algorithms are, right? It's all about audience and how much audience you can get. And for me, it's scary, like all of this other stuff, that it's just more information and misinformation out in the airwaves because people aren't listening to traditional broadcasts anymore, right? So all of these podcasts and Substack and everything like that, where none of it is being, you know, is being curated for truth or whatever. I think that's where we get into that whole issue of like what is true and what isn't, and everyone has a platform, and there's no one editing the work that's going out there. So
my question is, who's going to read these books? I mean,
people.
The majority of Tucker Carlson's audience are the podcast bros, right? So they're not reading books; they're listening to podcasts. That's where they're getting their information. So, I mean, I'm a journalist. I'm not quite a free speech absolutist, but I do believe very strongly in the First Amendment. And if he wants to publish books by these guys, go right ahead. And if your business then falls on its face because you can't sell enough copies of those books, that's the consequences.
I'm not sure it will, though, because if you look at the major publishing houses like Random House, Penguin, Simon & Schuster, they all have their own imprints because about 10 or 15 years ago, they recognized that there was an audience for conservative thought and conservative publication. So remember Roxane Gay, she didn't want to publish her book with, I forget which house it was. It might have been, I don't want to speculate.
Yeah, I don't know.
I think it was probably Simon & Schuster. She didn't want to do that because of their other more conservative imprint. But these are, again, publishing houses that saw an opportunity. These books make their way onto the bestseller list. So I think that Tucker Carlson has been pretty shrewd as a business person to get as far as he has for how he's leveraged what he says, and probably sees more opportunity with getting into the book business himself.
Well, one of the quotes that he made in announcing this business was that he said something like, "The American people are tired of manipulation," which is a fascinating comment coming from him, the guy who was the face of Fox News,
right.
And did that after he started his show, I think his own show, did that visit to the grocery store in Russia. How fantastic their retail situation was in Russia. That really struck me.
I mean, the reality is that, you know, the whole media landscape is changing, obviously, and that we have all of these opportunities to chime in and to go and to listen to things in other places. It's true. He's an entrepreneur. They're calling these guys media entrepreneurs. And like AI, this is the wave of the future. I don't see this changing, and I see more of people creating their own networks in order to get their messages out there. And and people have to make decisions about what they're listening to, you know, and
Well,
where you don't have like one broadcast that's telling you or giving you news.
Like anybody, whether you're on the left or the right, he's leveraging Divide here to sell this, because he's also talking about he explicitly calling out the fact that he will give people that he has seen fall victim to cancel culture this platform by having these books published, and thereby is drawing in an audience who wants to support these authors. Again, this is a very much bipartisan practice in terms of marketing and building to do this.
Yes. We'll see.
Well, coming up, turns out you can go home again if, like many TV fans, you spent hours living vicariously in the Brady Bunch home, that is. Our visit to California's Studio City is next on The Culture Show. Stay with us.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Learn something new.
I want to start with how crowds of people can act like fluids.
Yes.
What?
I mean, this is physics, so I love it.
Make a connection.
I have no idea who they voted for. I don't care. This tailgate in particular, everybody's welcome.
Dig a bit deeper.
We're often looking for a small secular liturgy for our lives, and poetry can provide that sometimes.
Stay curious with all things considered from NPR News.
This afternoon at 4 on GBH 89.7.
Funding for our programs comes from you.
And Subaru of New England. Wherever New England takes you, the all-wheel drive 2026 Subaru Outback is designed to keep you moving through every season. Subaru retailer locations at SubaruofNewEngland.com. And Speakeasy Stage, presenting Swept Away. 4 New Bedford whalers must confront who they are and what they've done as they fight to survive a shipwreck, with music by the Avett Brothers. Opens April 24th. SpeakeasyStage.com.
And New England Recovery Center, providing inpatient addiction treatment in state-of-the-art facilities located in Westboro, Mass. Learn more at newenglandrecoverycenter.org or by calling 1-877-MY-REHAB.
The GBH News app is where you want to start your day. It has the news you need, big stories, curated local coverage, no filler. Download it today on the App Store or Google Play.
Welcome back to The Culture Show. I'm Jared Bowen, live from our GBH studio at the Boston Public Library and streaming on the GBH News YouTube channel. I'm joined by Culture Show contributor Lisa Simmons and James Sullivan. Lisa is the artistic and executive director of the Roxbury International Film Festival and program manager at Mass Cultural Council. James Sullivan is a journalist and author specializing in popular culture and Americana. He's also on the faculty, as we've mentioned, of Emerson College. If you're just tuning in, it's our Arts and Culture Week in Review, which includes the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame's class of 2026. This year had a decidedly British flavor, including heavy metal group Iron Maiden, as we hear here. That's Aces High by new Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductees Iron Maiden from their 1984 album Power Slave. Their fellow inductees stretch from Luther Vandross to Wu-Tang Clan, from the cool of Sade to the sibling chaos of Oasis, not to mention Phil Collins, Billy Idol, and Joy Division New Order. Also making the cut, it's a lineup that rewards longevity, finally settles a few long-running fan arguments, and once again turns the hall into a referendum on legacy. There's always so much to talk about because there are people who got in, people who didn't get in, people who got in after many votes, people who got in on the first vote.
Right.
But people seem very happy this year about how this all situated. But it is very interesting how many Brits made it into the hall this year.
Is that a bad thing?
No, I'm just, it's fact. I'm just stating fact.
It's just an observation.
Just an observation.
In this year of the American Revolution, it's interesting that so many Brits got their way in.
Oh, okay. No, I mean, I love this class because I love, Sade and Luther. And but I mean, of course, we're always talking about the snubbing. Like Lauryn Hill. Like, when is Lauryn Hill going to get into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? What I think is interesting, too, though, is like it's the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, but
It's not.
Well, it's not anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
It's not anymore. So
Yeah.
I think that's really interesting. It's sort of like, is it still a genre? Is it still, whatever? But it doesn't. I mean, it doesn't matter. I think that everyone
like art,
understands
it's
it's encompassing.
ever-evolving.
Right. It's ever evolving.
It's the Popular Music Hall of
It's the
Fame of the last
it's the
75 years
Popular
or something.
Music Hall of Fame.
So to that end, we always pick our favorites as a way to kind of
Yes.
dive into this. Well, mine was Iron Maiden, actually, so that's why it made its way into the introduction. This is a group who have been around for 50 years. This is a group who really doesn't care about things like this, and in fact, they have announced they're not even attending the ceremony because they'll be on tour in Australia. But they're a pretty remarkable group for starting in London, backroom London pubs 50 years ago to go on to be this extraordinary group that's still over really the last 25 years has become more famous than ever, selling out stadiums. They have a documentary that's coming out in May.
They're playing the Garden later this year.
They are.
Yeah.
And they just keep growing. So I think it's really delicious to see them in. Now, at least I know you've chosen someone.
I have, but I read one quote that it said, Iron Maiden didn't need the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame needed Iron Maiden's credibility and metal.
That would be true.
Yes. So, so for me, I mean, there were two, but for me, mainly it's Sade. I have followed Sade forever and ever since her beginning time. It's really funny because I didn't know that it was a band. I always thought it was just Sade because it was just Sade, but it was actually the band around this Nigerian British singer. I mean, the beautiful thing about Sade is that it's like her ability to be extremely private, not produce a lot of noise, not be as a celebrity, but still be inducted into Hall of Fame, but still be, known as this incredible artist, because that is part of who she is, or part of who the band is. And I wish that they would produce more music. But she's, their whole vibe is about mood, right? It's not necessarily about the music and the lyrics. I mean, it is, but it was really like they created this mood about jazz and about rock and like R&B, and they put it all together with this soulful, beautiful voice. And so it's really exciting to see that band.
And you picked one song for us to listen to.
I did.
You picked "Smooth Operator," right, from their 1984 debut studio album, Diamond League.
I'm not gonna say that she shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. She should be. They should be.
Okay.
But there's not rebellion, and I think of rock and roll as like yes, we've all had this conversation for years now. Like, is rock and roll just about rock bands or classic rock bands, or can you expand? And it's expanded many years ago, so that's fine. That's great. The more, the merrier. Miles Davis, as an early influencer, is a perfect example. But he was rebellious.
Right.
He's certainly not He never made rock and roll music, other than maybe the Electric period. But he was certainly had a rock and roll spirit. Wu-Tang
Which
is
is why
a good
we're going
example.
to change this from the popular awards
exactly,
to the
right.
rock and roll.
We just decided right now we'll just change the name. Right? But Wu-Tang is another good example.
Yes.
Like the hip-hop acts that are getting in now, deservedly so, have a sense of rebellion. I'm actually pretty intrigued by this class. I think it's a pretty strong class. You can definitely make a case for almost everybody. There have been recent years where it's sort of like, well, the pickings are getting thin. This is a really strong class. I mean, Billy Idol, you mentioned Iron Maiden has a documentary. Billy Idol has a new documentary out that's kind of drawing attention to him again. And Oasis certainly belongs. I'm not a huge fan, but they certainly belong in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Should I say which? I'm focusing specifically on the Joy Division / New Order combo deal. If for those of you who don't know, Joy Division was a sort of post-punk era British band, yet another British band that had a bright future ahead of them until lead singer Ian Curtis sadly passed away very young in 1980, I think. And that band morphed into New Order, which was sort of like ended up being a quintessential new wave era sort of combination between post-punk and dance. So the song that I chose of theirs is called Age of Consent.
And it's from their 1983 album, Power, Corruption. Songs are going to be floating around for
in your head
for the rest of the weekend. But this is with more than 1,000 voters now. You can almost look at this a little bit like the Grammy Awards, which did correct course a few years ago. People are much more happy about the diversity in every regard, artistic especially at the Grammys. That it's not the same old anymore. And so that's why I think that this year is interesting. But some of the other snubs include the Black Crowes, Lauryn Hill, as you mentioned, In Excess, Pink, which is hard to believe because you have to have had your first album be 25 years prior. So how has Pink been around for 25 years? That doesn't seem to make sense.
Yeah.
That was really fast. But
Mariah
maybe
Carey.
the Mariah Carey, definitely. Maybe the Melissa Etheridge, that was another big one. because people don't always make it in on the first ballot. Just ask some of the Patriots from this year for their Hall of Fame. But it does sound like something has shifted here. Maybe.
I mean, I think so. I mean, definitely. I mean, I think we just talked about that. Is it really rock and roll? Like, what's shifting? The number of British folks that are getting in. I mean, I don't think it's a bad shift. No. I think you're right. I mean, I think I like this class too. I think Wu-Tang Clan, like as you mentioned, should definitely have been in there. You know, I mean, it's like you said, it's the voters. We don't have any sort of like, you know, idea of how they're going to do this, but it's just like the academies. It's just like anything else, right? It's an award ceremony.
I think the voters sometimes just feel like you need to earn it. Like, you know, we're not going to, just because you did put out your first album 25 years ago, we're not going to automatically put you in this next class. We want you to kind of sweat it out for a couple of years and have your fans get angsty and start complaining that we're not letting you in, and then they will eventually let them in. It happens at the Sports Hall of Fame too. Baseball Hall of Fame is pretty similar. You know,
but I think you're also saying too, like people like Iron Maiden they should have been in there a long time ago, you know. And I think you look at this class, it's like heavy metal finally gets a big win. Hip hop continues to be centered, right? They're looking at Britbox and understanding why, you know, that music is really important to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. R&B gets representation now, so it feels like it was like a year of like people who didn't get that kind of representation over the last however many years. That finally now that people are like, you know what, we need to be looking at this music a little bit differently and elevating them in visibility.
You might not be the biggest fan of Billy Idol, but you can't deny that guy has lived his entire life as the embodiment of rock and roll.
It's totally in service of it. So maybe, Billy Idol, yes, but being the self-proclaimed Queen of Christmas doesn't get you automatic entry into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. With apologies to Mariah Carey. Well, now from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame to the Retro House of Fame.
It's the story of a man named Brady who was busy with 3 boys of his own. They were 4 men living all together, yet they were all alone.
The Brady Bunch home has long existed as a kind of sun-dappled American fantasy, sitcom suburbia scrubbed to a high avocado green gloss. A few years back, an HGTV project renovated the interior of the famed California home to mimic the set we all saw on television. Now its new owner, a Brady Bunch fan and philanthropist, has further refined it and has begun allowing small bunches of fellow fans to tour the pop culture shrine to the grooviest decor decade on television. I was so taken by this. There was a story in the New York Times this week, and it was really well produced, actually. So you click on the story, and rather than it just being all print, it takes you through video and pictures and this very immersive experience into the home, because I think everybody knows this about television and movies at this point. It's just the exterior. That's not actually where it was shot. But in this case, they have recreated the interior to mimic everything that was on that set on a soundstage. So in this house in Studio City, where you have Carol's wagons standing out front on the street, you can go, and small tours are now allowed to go through the house. The next batch opens up in May, and a portion of the proceeds goes to a dog rescue organization. So this is very beneficial. That's for you, Lisa, because, well, we all love animals, you and I especially.
I always talk about animals.
So I think that in this moment where we have been talking so much about nostalgia, people are clamoring to get inside this house. And I think the New York Times also made this very interesting point that this was a show that Generation X latchkey kids latched onto because they were home watching this every day while their parents were at work. So they were in their homes, really living in another home.
I love this story. I think it's very interesting that HGTV went through this, but I think it was also part of their like branding. They wanted to be like, we don't just fix houses, we actually do cultural and iconic things. So I think it was interesting that they picked the Brady house. I think it's huge about nostalgia, and I think you're right, Jared. I think we're living in a time where there's so much chaos and people are, you know, constantly like stressed out and tense. It's like, who doesn't want to go back to this, you know, this family that showed up in boxes and had green walls and a floating staircase, that everybody wanted that house, that the father was an architect and everyone was always happy, and they blended this family together and they are all perfect, right? And so I think that nostalgia...
Well, except for Jan. Jan wasn't perfect.
Oh, Jan. All right, now, we can really go into... Let's not go into that. But I mean, I think there's this shared memory kind of thing that sort of like anchors people when you go over there, and any kind of thing. Like when you go to Cheers, right? Yeah. And everyone... And that became this big place and a big tourist destination because people really want to feel nostalgia, and that makes you feel good.
I love going on house tours, and I would do this, and I was definitely a sort of 70s latchkey kid, but Brady Bunch was not in my wheelhouse. Sherwood Schwartz was the producer of this show, and his previous show was Gilligan's Island. I was a Gilligan. So if you can set up a, the island where they were shipwrecked, I would be there, and I'd be first in line. But
that's a great idea. I thought you were going to say Partridge Family.
No, but I do think that nostalgia is a huge part of American culture. It's obvious. And go ahead, Jared. What were you going to say?
Well, so much so that Los Angeles just designated that house as an historic cultural monument. Yeah. So we had talked about this recently with the last home that that Marilyn Monroe lived in, because the family that owned that wanted to tear it down. That got stopped too. So there is this very blurring of the lines, especially in California, about what's historic. Yeah. What's historic? What is traditional architecture versus what is pop culture architecture?
Well, I think that's really interesting, though, that it's a historic landmark when it was just really the outside. The inside looked nothing like it because, like you said, everything was done on a set. It's like everyone wants to go to the Friends coffee shop. It's a set. Everyone wants to go to, if you're nostalgic for I Love Lucy, it's a set. Everything was done on a set. So I think it's interesting that they had to like actually rebuild it and recreate it to make it a house, and it's now a historical landmark, but maybe just for the outside.
The one place they didn't take us into is kind of a place we never went to. Maybe this is why. I'm just figuring it out.
Alice's room?
Alice's room.
I can't believe that.
What was in there? Why weren't we allowed to see what was in Alice's room?
I think Alice was outside, maybe.
She didn't get a room? That's horrible.
I'm kidding.
Poor Alice. Poor Ann B. Davis. Well, I think it's very interesting. And now there's a move to do the Golden Girls house and some other locations, too. So we will surely track this and report back. Well, next on The Culture Show, everything's coming up. Roses and Renoirs. The MFA's Art in Bloom flowers into its 50th year. That and more coming up on our Week in Review. Stay with us.
Trade.
Huge responses from across Europe, from the Danish Prime Minister.
Climate.
Picture this all filled with ice.
Security.
Not only do we need to end the war, we also need to prevent the next war.
These are global issues, and to understand them, you need a global perspective. I'm Carolyn Beeler.
And I'm Marco Werman. Join us for The World each and every weekday.
This afternoon at 3 on GBH 89.7.
Our programs are made possible thanks to you.
And Revision Energy, a renewable energy company building and servicing solar, batteries, and air source heat pumps for local homes and businesses for over 20 years. Revision Energy. Revision your power. More at revisionenergy.com. And Boston Children's Museum, offering a range of activities for April Vacation Week, including tea parties, cardboard creations, special performances, and more. Tickets at bostonchildrensmuseum.org. And Framingham State University, where the strength of a Commonwealth begins with access to opportunity. At FSU, students examine evidence and serve the public good. Framingham State University. Live to the truth. Learn more at framingham.edu.
From your neighborhood to your newsfeed, GBH News is your trusted source for the news that matters to you. Find us wherever you are at GBH News and always at GBH 89.7. GBH News, what matters to you.
I'm Jared Bowen. If you're just tuning in, it's our Arts and Culture Week in Review. I'm joined by co-hosts, Culture Show contributor Lisa Simmons and journalist and author James Sullivan. We're going over the latest headlines, including Joshua Johnson. He helped paint early America, then nearly disappeared. Now, as the country marks 250 years and looks again at the people left out of its founding story, Joshua Johnson is drawing new attention as one of the earliest documented black professional artists in the United States. A man born into slavery, later freed, and long hidden in plain sight. But from what we can piece together, he is a man who had extraordinary capability, had an extraordinary audience for his portraiture, was signing his pieces, was very much embedded in the community within and around Baltimore, and it's offered a lot of opportunity for art historians to understand this missing, until now, well, over the last few decades, piece of culture.
This story was so fascinating to me. I mean, I think, now in 2026, people, museums have had his work for a long time. I think, here's this man born into slavery to, they think, a white slave owner, and then he gets his freedom in Maryland, and he becomes this incredibly sought-after portraiture painter as a black man. And I was just fascinated by, in the time he was painting these families, these very wealthy white families in Baltimore during slavery. And I was just so fascinated that it's slavery, and here's this black man coming into your home to paint your portrait. They knew who he was, but it was more about talent, and he was really talented. And I know we had an image of him, of one of his works up there. But I just think it's incredible that he didn't sign any of his works. He only signed one work, and he signed it in a book that one of his the people that he was painting was in, and I thought that was really interesting. So you out there could have a Joshua Johnson in your home and not even know about it. The MFA actually has a Joshua Johnson. It's not on display right now, but I was asking my mom whether or not, and she looked it up and found that. So I just think that in a time when all of this history is about erasure, that we are now making sure that we're finding and lifting up these folks, so that he was part of American history, right? He was painting America. He helped paint America, really, and he should be known for the work that he's been doing.
The erasure thing is exactly the point that I was going to make. I mean, it's so frustrating as a journalist and an arts and culture reporter, watching these things go on. The slavery exhibit in Philadelphia that was taken down and then court ordered to be put back up. These kinds of stories are so important to our history, and to not be able to confront them or to pretend like they didn't happen is absurd. Yeah. This is a great story. The thing that I got most out of it, however, was that it was sad to me that almost every subject, as you mentioned, Lisa, was a white American. He was being hired or being told to, I don't know. Was he being paid or not? I don't know.
No, he was being paid. They definitely said that he was making a living as a painter.
Oh, right. Oh, yes.
And painting these portraits.
After he was freed.
Right.
Right. But, I think that, I think it was mentioned that he only actually painted to black folks. And that's incredibly sad to me.
That we know of. And I think that's the great opportunity here, is that we've seen that history does produce these paintings once there is more scholarship, once there is more awareness, and people begin to take a closer look at what may be and relegated to flea market bins or something like that, because this history is not known to understand, well, wait a minute, yes, this is actually something quite significant. It makes it harder that it's not signed, but maybe within his own family and his own communities, he was signing. So I think that's what's exciting about some of the new reporting that's being done on this, is what it can excavate.
Right, because during that time, there were others that were doing this, but of course, largely undocumented. But his legacy sort of like moves us through Reconstruction and the Harlem Renaissance, and how we see black artists becoming more and more visible in their work, and people respecting that and accepting that. So I think there's so much to learn about him. So I'm really excited that we're talking about this, and that people have the opportunity to see his work and go look at his work, because I'm serious. Like, he could have painted prolifically, and we don't know. Right. It's out there because he never really signed anything. So there could be other things out there.
So once again, his name is Joshua Johnson, to bring that conversation back to where we started. And Lisa, you just mentioned the Museum of Fine Arts, and we just want to quickly mention them because here in Boston at the MFA, Brushstrokes Meet Blossoms for a golden anniversary. It's the annual Art in Bloom extravaganza, turning 50 this year, bringing floral designers, garden clubs, and museum volunteers together to create 50 arrangements inspired by works in the collection. This happens every year, but I have to say, for as much as I have covered the Museum of Fine Arts, I didn't realize is that the Museum of Fine Arts is the one that originated this concept. If you've never been, it's when all of these designers create paintings that either create floral arrangements, rather, that either evoke paintings or even to some degree recreate them. And now this is something that has gone throughout museums across the United States and Canada.
I mean, I think it's amazing that it was a volunteer, actually, who sort of like came up with this idea, and it was sort of like looking at first it was like looking at the art in the paintings, and then it became creating the actual blooms. And so I think it's beautiful. It's a beautiful show. Excuse me. It's a great way to bring other people into the museum, right? So you have gardeners and other people, and people that are just lovers of all of that, floral that wouldn't maybe normally come into the museum. So it's also, we had talked about this before, just about engagement, right, and figuring out different ways to bring people inside the museum.
There's an exhibit, an aligned exhibit called The Framing Nature, which is bringing together all kinds of art for this year's Art in Bloom. I had a couple students go to it as part of an assignment for my class in arts writing, and they kind of had the same thought about it. They were kind of overwhelmed by the juxtaposition of all different kinds of eras. You know, it was all supposed to be about nature art, but they were overwhelmed by the fact that it was kind of every style of art you could imagine all packed into the exhibit. But you know, I guess that's part of the natural world experience. It is overwhelming.
And we should mention that this year's Art in Bloom is May 1st through 3rd, and I can't echo that enough, that it's especially wonderful to watch floral people who may not have a facility with paint and brush on canvas, but they can certainly do that in their own realm with flowers and sculpting in that regard. It's really magnificent to see that conversation that happens. Well, it's now time for our Week in Preview with a roundup of recommendations for upcoming arts and culture happenings. Lisa, what's yours?
Mine is Derek Adams' show at the ICA. Do not miss this. Do not sleep on this. It opened April 16th and goes to September 7th, but he is the first mid-career prolific New York-based artist. He is multidisciplinary. He has these, it's sort of like, these big, huge murals. There's this one about the Green Book that is just incredible, bright, beautiful light and paint and these figures, and he really wraps it around pop culture and his life growing up. So he's got like a Viewmaster. He's got a TV embedded in different places. He's got this really cool thing called Hood Rats, where they're just hanging, and he's got little like hoodies with like little ears on them. But it really is a beautiful, beautiful show, and it's up there with an AMARP. The AMARP show is still up there too. So you really need to make your way to the ICA.
And we should mention that when you go to the ICA, you should look up, because for the first time ever, they have wrapped the ICA in color bars. You know, when the shows used to go off the air at the end of the night, they would just put the color bars up, because Derek Adams, I was over there the other day, I talked to him for an upcoming NewsHour piece, and he was talking about being shaped by television and wondering what happened after the bars went off, who was behind the screen. So they're wrapping the ICA in those color bars, which will last for about a year.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
That's great. That's great.
James, what's yours?
So tomorrow is Record Store Day, and so you go out and support your local record store, your favorite. I have several, and as my colleague at the Globe, Vicky Wozlak, mentioned in her Soundcheck column today, there are a bunch of special releases coming out tomorrow or this weekend with Boston Ties. There's a Tom Petty concert, that a live set from 1978 that was recorded at the Paradise. There's a Grateful Dead thing. There's a reissue of The Cars. But the thing that I want to point out is a band from the heyday of the Rat years, late 1970s, called La Peste, which was everybody's favorite band in Boston for about 2 years. And then they folded up shop and went on to do other things in the 80s, but they were fantastic. And there's an amazing 2-album set with they released 2 singles during their actual lifetime together. Some other stuff has come out in dribs and drabs since, but there's a 2-album set out this weekend by this band La Peste, which is really phenomenally good if you like that era of pop and punk music.
I think we're going to need to put up something where you can actually find record stores.
Yeah.
Just come to me.
Yeah.
I know where they are.
That's a good thing. I will say, if you want a laugh, if you want a ton of laughs, actually, go see When Playwrights Kill at the Huntington Theater, which I don't know this, but I suspect, given who the cast is, a whole cast of Tony Award winners, that this is going to Broadway. So this would be your chance to see it here in Boston. It's hilarious. It actually springs from an incident that was not so hilarious when Faye Dunaway came to town to do the show Tea at 5 about Katharine Hepburn. I met her when she was here, and she was lovely, but backstage, I think that was another story, bad behavior. And so the playwright for Tea at 5 created this piece, When Playwrights Kill, about a famous actress who comes to town to do a story. The playwright wants to take her out because he's basically ending her career. It's really, really funny. As I say, a bunch of Tony Award winners. I laughed so much, but it was even more than that. It was so nice to hear thunderous, sustained laughter in the Huntington Theater, again, especially in this moment. It's just silly. You don't have to think a lot. You can just sit back, enjoy, and appreciate. So that's When Playwrights Kill at the Huntington. Well, that is all for this edition of The Culture Show. Thank you again to my co-hosts, Lisa Simmons and James Sullivan. A reminder that our next Wednesday watch party is next Wednesday, April 22nd. That's when we'll revisit When Harry Met Sally. Come join us here at the library or call in with your own review. And tune in Monday for a Patriots Day spectacular featuring Boston Pops conductor Keith Lockhart. Thanks today to Henry Santoro for curating our CultureCast. Our engineer is Bill Piacatelli. The BPL technical and logistics crew is Maddie Geyer, Bill Francis, Sandra Lopez-Burke, Juan Jose Cadena, Hannah Eckhart, and Pat Lally. Also thanks to the Lennox Hotel, the Newsfeed Cafe. Thank you to everyone who came down here to be with us today. We love seeing you, especially those of you wearing your marathon gear. Good luck at the marathon on Monday. Remember, run like you stole something, and have an art-filled weekend. I'm Jared Bowen. Bye-bye.
The Culture Show is made possible in part by a generous contribution from the Fiducia Fund, proud to support this station's arts and culture programming.
Where's Mary? Where is she? Where is she? She's just about to close up the library!
GBH's All Things Considered is coming up this afternoon at 4, with Marketplace at 6:30. But first, get a global view of the news with The World. Up next, here on GBH 89.7.
Support for our programs comes from you and White Flower Farm, a mail-order plant nursery in Connecticut, offering garden plants, growing supplies, and gifts for gardeners. More at whiteflowerfarm.com.
Scott Yu is on a mission to find out why the city of Istanbul sounds like no other on a new episode of Great Performances. Watch Now Hear This, The Call of Istanbul, tonight at 9 on GBH2.
On April 30th, we're celebrating International Jazz Day at GBH. Join us for an evening of Puerto Rican-infused jazz, all composed and performed by Emmy-nominated musician Fabiola Mendez. Fabiola and her quartet will immerse you in the mountains of Puerto Rico with her masterful playing of the cuatro. Celebrate the power of jazz, Caribbean culture, and genre blending at this unforgettable event. Tickets at gbh.org/events.
You're listening to 89.7 WGBH HD1 Boston. Online at gbhnews.org. GBH News. What matters to you?
2025 was a deadly year for Rohingya refugees fleeing camps in search of a better life.
The Rohingya are facing human rights violations, literally from all angles, from non-state actors, from state actors, from criminal syndicates.
We will look at why there's been a spike in deaths at sea. I'm Carolyn Beeler. Also, a Massachusetts college is attracting first-generation students with special programs and